Alright, cool. It should be on live on both. Let's double check. What the hell? Alright, let's see. This needs to be changed. We're working on Artfight now. Same thing with OBS. Hey, how's it going? You're doing well. One second. Hey, how's it going, Turtle? I'm doing well. My maintenance people never shut up, which has me wondering if maintenance is not done by that guy again and is actually supposed to be done by the people from the apartments. I don't know. I'll put out a thing. I'm gonna try drinking a lot of water. Let's see. We want to do Artfight. Done. Okay. So anyway, yeah. What was I talking about here? So I watched last night. Last night I watched Superman versus the Elite. Right? I'd already known about it, like more or less to some degree what it was because I'd seen a video on it. So I kind of knew the premise already and all that stuff. But you know, I was like, the animation is good because it's a big property, and I like the story. So I want to go ahead and see all of it in the nuance, in the what's it called? In the context of it, I guess. The best way to put it. So, what I'm trying to get at when I say I don't think something is a good representation of human nature, right? Is that there's bad people out there, right? Superman puts it best. I'm not a fool. I know there's bad people out there in charge of things. But I need to show that there is a better way. That people can be better. That people are better. Right? I think that's a lot of that with when it comes to talking about, oh, they're the worst fans or whatever, right? Because at the end of the day, they're kind of just, they're people, right? They're human. They're conditioned to a lot of stuff. They're different from each other. All that junk, right? You just gotta be a little bit lenient, I guess, here and there. Yeah, color correction is different. Use the light. To add a new layer in between here, we're gonna do our multiply color. So we're gonna do some ambient occlusion. We already have a little bit of this stuff, right? So we're gonna go ahead and come in here. But yeah, you can't just go in and fucking bam, 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 the people are the fucking problem. Kick ass, take name, all that stuff, right? You gotta be a little bit understanding that people are people, right? They're always going to jump on the first thing they see without worrying about who's driving the bandwagon, you know? And it's just one of those things where, you know, you can't you can't take people at face value a lot of the times. I actually want to change this a little bit. Around the flats? What's going on? Oh, I didn't press the right button. Because... Oh, that's crazy. That color is that color? Insane. I'm not on the right. So you wanna be kind with people because they're not as a group, they're not real smart, right? A person is smart. People are dumb, stupid, panicky animals, to quote Men in Black. It's annoying that time and time again they make the same mistakes, and they'll keep making that mistakes. You know why? Because new people are born. New people are born, and they replace the old people, and the new people gotta learn all the things that the old people learned, and some of the old people never even learned the lesson, so the old people make that lesson later on in their life, the new people, and then it's just hard. It's hard to sit there and to accept the fact that the same mistake is going to be made over and over and over again. But the bright side is people do learn, right? And when there's someone to lead the way, someone like Superman, right? Someone to be this like shining light, this example, right? They're more likely to learn the lesson, right? And it's up to everyone to be their own example, right? And it's our responsibility to learn when we're not being a good example, or when there's something we need to learn. We can't just sit back and assume that we are the best. I am not the new Superman, right? That'd be really fun. I would like that a lot. I think Superman is someone that I look up to in a story that I really want to embody, for sure, right? I love the idea of, what's it called? The inverse of the trope. Power corrupts, right? What in the world? Why did that switch to Zoom? That shouldn't be on Zoom. Done and voted for. Hey, how's it going, Ella Robinson? Ella Robinson. 97. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. We're doing some Artfight stuff. We got our reference in the top corner, and I figured out this cool trick from Spooky on how to have two windows open at the same time. So now we don't have to worry about that too much. And always on top. Cool. So we'll do this, and then I'll put my cloud reference. Okay, I should not have stuck there. I'm going to move stuff. My favorite game, probably Monster Hunter, which is a little disappointing because right now Monster Hunter is dealing with some shit. You are very emotionally charged right now, kid. I can tell. And that's fine. You're very passionate about this. But it's really easy to look at data points and think, oh, people don't care. You're probably right, but not the way you think, right? It's not that the people don't care, it's just that they're a part of a system that encourages them not to care. That says, oh, it doesn't matter. Art's art, it's all the same, right? How long have you been staying? Since February. So, not been doing this quite long. Ambient occlusion. I'm hoping this is going to be good for the ambient occlusion. We'll find out. Why is it getting bigger? I'm scrolling the opposite direction. You zoomed in and out at the same time. Yeah, on the right side I'm zoomed in, and on the left side I'm zoomed out, so I can see both. Really nice thing that it lets me do. Someday this will actually work. I'm worried that maybe it only works. I'm having a problem with the Bluetooth thing. Awesome tip, might use it myself. Wait, which one? Which tip? It's a lot of tips. The one about how... No, wait, I got this. Something about people... Nope, I lost it. So the way you do this is you go to Window, Canvas, and then New Window is going to do it. So you can also select which one that you're on. Ella, I'm a art magician from the USA and a lazy girl. For 5 years, I've been turning gamer vibes into colorful things. Think of me as the Picasso of pixelated worlds. That's nice. can you CMU my work? Probably. I am busy here doing this stuff. I didn't hit the, oh, it didn't reset. That's why it was weird. I'm still on the fence about whether or not I want to use the ambient occlusion like this, but we'll run through a bit of a demo on it and then we'll decide whether or not. Stick with it. I can probably just clear the layer afterwards. There's a link to the community Discord in the link section. No, I don't have that. I should have that, shouldn't I? A link to the community Discord through RSS links. Maybe I'll do that. I'm thinking the ambient light is going to be, it looks kind of a little bit off. I don't know if I want to continue with this. So I think a lot of the ambient occlusion is already done, excuse me, by the, what's it called? The line work. So I don't know whether or not I should keep it. It is not that difficult. You are 100% correct. Oh. I should be drinking water. Hello, hello. It is 100%. Sloth. I will 100% agree. I'm not 100%. Yeah, I don't like how this is going. I think the line art already does a lot of the ambient occlusion stuff. I think that this is just going to maybe confuse things a little bit. Maybe, you know what? I'm probably just not using a big enough brush. In fact, I think I'm not just using a too big of a brush, I'm also not using a general enough color. So let's try and let's see. In the absence of the yellow light of the sun, a lot of the shadow colors are probably going to be a little bit in the cooler side. We have a lot of blues, we have a lot of greens. I think if we use like a purple for the ambient clouds, might be better. Bigger is in fact always better. That's what she said. Hmm. I think that's going to help to make this bottom side a little bit darker. You want to keep this stuff right though. And I want to grab this section on the inside here. Is this more Breath of the Wild music I hear? It is quite possible. Let me double check. No, this isn't. This is Undertale. His theme. Okay. The second I heard dun 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 dun. Ooh. I think he's only got one orchestration for Breath of the Wild, so you can just share anything you need to on the general. No, it worked. The HM Treasury has a Discord server? Wait, what's the HM Treasury? The Hannah Montana Treasury? The UK Treasury. Oh. That makes a little bit more sense. Why would they do that, though? That is more than enough. space. It's great. Syncing my portfolio. Let me see. Ah, okay. So I appreciate the hustle, right? But I'm not really in the market to buy this. One, I can't afford that, right? Two, as an art streamer, I feel like it's pretty much my responsibility to make my own stuff, props, all that stuff. Messaging's turned off, but reactions are on. It's unhinged. What's going on? Oh, I see what you're saying. How I'm using lasso tool. Okay, so what I'm doing right now, right, is I want to add, what's it called? I want to add some shadow colorings to the side here of the, what's it called? The character, right? I want it, it's going to separate the forearm away from the back a little bit. You can see on the left when I do that mark, it showed up a little bit, right? I would prefer to keep all of the chats in the public. Because again, I can't afford any services. And it is not a good place for you to find, what's it called? It wouldn't be a great place for you to find commissioned work or any like artwork here. I would rather you find someone who can afford your work and then can do it than to just try and come in here and try to do a selling spiel, right? Because I don't feel like you're a bot at this point, but it does feel like you're not trying to be a part of the community, which is fine, right? You're doing your own hustle. I understand that. And this is part of your cold calling. I can't afford anything. And I need to do all this stuff myself. I want to do all this stuff myself. But again, I appreciate you for coming by and stopping. But yeah, so I'm using, if you look on the left, the character side. Now the arm is much more separated from the background of the body because I'm adding some more dark colors to it, right? So I'm giving the character a little bit more readability inside of its own silhouette by using a little bit of contrast. So I might use this instead to separate stuff, like in that manner. I don't want to go too far with it, because then it'll start to not look very good. But the other thing I could do is inverse this and then start taking away value from the other parts, right? So if I invert this and do this, I think the arm might be able to stand out a little bit more, hopefully. So will the bag. I think that making the bag stand out a little bit more is going to be pretty important. Nice. Pretty much. That is the power of ambient occlusion, right? And it's using the principle of, what's it called? Objects that are closer to you are going to be brighter, and objects that are farther away are going to be a little bit darker, right? And so I'm just adding, with multiply, I'm adding like a cooler color. This is a purple color that I'm adding. Why? Because all of the highlights are using a warmer color. And so it really blows a little bit more contrast, especially when I take the cloud, it's going to be in the background, and I add a whole bunch of like warm tones to it. It's going to make the character really pop. And we're still going to do some reflected light onto the base of the character, right? And some of the undersides, because what it's going to do is it's going to really make those, the shadow parts pop, right? By the way, mods, which is Kit right now, when people come in to the stream and they start asking for Discord links, right? It is never a good idea to put the link in the chat, okay? The reason why is just because if they're bots, right? The bot is trained to find links that are posted and follow them, okay? If they are a real person, if we direct them to where the links are, because the links for this is just, you scroll down a little bit on Twitch and you click on it, right? And this isn't a YouTube video, right? This is Twitch. So if they're here, they're chatting, they're actively engaged. If you tell them to go down and find the link, they'll click on it. Bots won't do that. They'll just kind of keep floundering. It's like, hey, can you send me the link? Hey, send me the link. Hey, I want to send a portfolio. They're not in the chat anymore that I can see. No, you're fine. You're fine. But like the second they come into the chat, let me show you where I saw. Once they're like, hey, what's your favorite game? That's nice. There's some typos. And I'm like, okay, this could be a socially awkward person because they're not very good at integrating into the conversation. This could be a bot, but it's also just probably could be a socially awkward person. I don't want to judge them by this point, right? When they give the introduction, myself, Ella, I'm a magical magician from US. I was like, okay, this is an art promotion spiel. They're trying to prey on people's, not prey, prey is a bad word, but they set up this whole intro script to make themselves seem, what's it called? Relatable, right? Like a real person can connect with you. This is part of the cold calling thing. This is how people, this is how everyone, right, starts conversations, right? You try to ask them about what they are, show some interest, blah, blah, blah. This falls off really flat when you have a script because it's really, you can't modulate it the same way you can with a real personal interaction, right? There's no way to make it personalized to what's going on. When they give the intro, I'm like, okay, this is either a bot or this is someone who is just trying to get money out of me, right? Which if it's a real person, 100% power to them, right? They need to be making their own money somehow, right? And sometimes cold calls work for a lot of people. And it looks like based on the portfolio they sent me, they've done work for some people, right? But once they see, can you see my work? Can you send me your Discord, send portfolio? When someone is like, send me your Discord, that's real suspicious. Real suspicious. So you send, hey, this is where you can go for the community to do that. Now, that's also pretty dangerous later on because as you guys remember, there was somebody who came in and did like a whole bunch of like spam, right? Exactly. That's why I kind of was not like playing along, but that's why I didn't want to like call anybody out, right? Because it could just be me making assumptions, right? I always want to hope for the best, right? But plan for the worst. So if there's someone who is a non-native speaker or whatever, and they're online on Twitch and they're online finding me, a random artist on here, there's someone who knows how to click on links or knows how to follow instructions at the very least. So if they can click on the link below to join the Discord community, they can do that. The second big red flag, they didn't want to talk about anything publicly. They didn't want to share their portfolio publicly. They didn't want to like talk to other stuff publicly, all that stuff, right? Didn't want to do any of that stuff publicly. This is how you protect yourself against scammers, right? Because scammers are going to want to, as much as possible, get you in a one-on-one. Now, there is a point for a one-on-one, for sure, right? but you should always be able to have a communication in public first. But still looks like the same color as this. Why are some of the shadows on them hard and so soft? So just to scroll back, let me read through all this first. Noted, sorry about that. Exactly, non-native speaker. They've been here. They've been here before? No, they haven't. They're it said first time chatter at the beginning. So at least it shows it for me. I don't know if it shows it for you, but it shows it for me. So why are some of the shadows soft and some of them soft? So, Turtle, that is the concept of hard versus soft shadows, right? Controlling the edge of a shadow is going to be able to control the depth and give a lot of texture and information on what a shape is, right? So if we look at the main, right, just because it'd be easier to show the main, can I just do this? Can, sort of. If we look at the main, we can see, we have this assumption in our brain that this is like a rounded, fluffy thing, right? So that means that as the light shines on it, as the shape curves around the side, you're just going to get sides that get slightly less and less light, right? The rounder the object is without hard edges, the more smooth that transition is going to be. But when stuff comes up and blocks the light directly, think of when you hold your hand and you cast a shadow. The shadows that happen from when you holding stuff in the way of, what's it called? Light is going to cast a hard shadow. What that means is that something is directly getting in the way of the light. Light is not slowly transitioning from bouncing off of different planes that are directly facing the light. There is something in between the light and the thing. Oh, there's an ad. I should drink some more water. I don't like that too much at all. No more Mrs. Nice Cat. What? Oh, Mrs. Nice Cat. I understand what you're saying now. It's like, you don't have to be rude. Don't make assumptions, right? Try to follow my lead. If I'm not saying give the link, don't give the link, right? If I'm giving them directions on where to find it, right, and they're still not getting it, you could help them, like, say, oh, you just kind of scroll down the center. Once you see the sections that are like the faces of Sprung, you want to click on the one just above it that has like a Discord icon, right? Hey, welcome back, Turtle. Because if you just scroll down on my face, oops, that's not. Live. Because if you just scroll down a little bit, you'll be able to see the Discord links, right? I think you should. Yeah. So about spelling the followers, right? If you see the followers to go, you're a little bit below. You got to go up to see where the Discord server, look for the robot, click on the robot, right? So that's definitely something that you can do to, what's it called? I don't know why does this points leaderboard never work? I don't know what this means. But yeah, that should just like it's you're fine. You're fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Welcome back, Turtle. Yeah, you're good. It's just I'm worried because people can just join our Discord and just send messages to people immediately, right? Because I think that's a friendlier way to do things. If it becomes a problem, we'll have to change that. But just, yeah, there's gonna be bad actors. After I just gave a speech about how we should believe in the power of people. Oh, goodness. Yeah. So anyway. What was I talking about? Softness of shadows, shadows getting in the way. What's the last thing I said? It's true, it's true. Don't be dumb, right? There's very clearly going to be people who are trying to take advantage of you. And the big point is talking to Herbie also. So Herbie is a good example of someone who is very interested and isn't like maybe the most confident or whatever, but is also someone who is definitely trying to do something, I think at least. Hard versus soft shadows, right? Soft shadows are basically light stopping to touch an object as the object like turns away. Hard shadows are when light is hitting an object between where the shadow is and the object. Did I say that? Right? Imagine a solar eclipse. If you've ever seen a solar eclipse from space, right? When they draw the little shape of the circle going across, it's because the moon's getting in the way of the sun. So you can think of soft shadows are caused by the object, right? That you're painting. And hard shadows are caused by an object that you're not painting, right? The hard shadows down here are caused by the head mane, which is not the object I'm painting. I'm painting the mantle underneath, right? The jacket underneath. We can actually do the same thing over here. A little bit. Cool. And then this is more upwards facing. So I would like it if I could grab a little bit less of this shadow color that I've been doing on the top of this, and a little bit more on the bottom of this. Yeah, it's pretty much just finishing up this drawing, hopefully. Not having to worry about it. Light falls on the object, it's soft, and if something is blocking the light, falling object is hard. Yes. But, because you always gotta remember the but, right? Things that are flat do not have soft shadows, right? Their entire face is the same angle away from the sun. right? So they're going to be the same color all the way through, if that makes sense. Think of an octagon, right? Or actually, there's a really good example here in the eye. So if you think about bug eyes, right? Bug eyes have a lot of faceted edges, like lenses, right? Here, I've chosen to describe that in a couple of ways, with my highlights being the shape of the octagons, right? The space separating the lenses, diffracting the light a lot more than they reflect the light. So they're going to have a solid color for each hex, sort of a thing. And that kind of fades out to whatever, right? Because it doesn't, we're using it as a texture, we're not using it as an accurate representation of light on this character. Because the character is a cartoon to some degree, so we want to prioritize like shape design as well as creativity and stuff like that. So we want to prioritize good shapes opposed to realism. Underneath, I have reflected light from the main being depicted as the shadow light. If I turn off the eye color correction here, the color underneath is, I turn that off and I turn off the light also, I think. Yeah, sort of. It's slightly adjusted so that it's more visible, but the reflected light underneath also does the exact same thing as the highlights, but it's at a much lower value, so it's harder to see. But I'm still giving it that warmish hue because it's bouncing off of a yellow mane, and yellow is a very warm color. So the reflected light from that yellow is going to be pretty warm. I do want to remove, once again, the light from this section. I want to add the light to this. Except not that much. Just a minor flub that was annoying me. Did you add noise filter to the glass? I didn't add a noise filter. I took a different brush, right? And I started painting in some different colors. So I took this textured brush here, right? And then I lowered the opacity and the thickness and stuff like that, and I played around with it. So you can see that this is the color. Where did I just turn off? Here we go. Ta-da! All I did was I painted over some colors to get a little bit of like a color correction sort of thing going on. And I tried to keep it in the shadow, because the shadow you're going to see a lot more of a difference in colors, right? It seems counterintuitive to say, but when you have something under light, you're going to get more of that light reflected back at you. So it's going to be more uniform in color, right? Now there's different cases, right? There's a lot of artists that take midtones for colors and they turn that bright side into a huge, beautiful color array. But oftentimes the shadows of that are fairly simple. But also it depends, right? There's no rule set in stone, but there's like easy guidelines you can follow, right? It makes the bright side pop more. It makes it look brighter because it's uniform in color and blown out. I did add also a little bit of texture and graininess to all of the highlights, right? That's kind of just like a texture thing to make it look nice. But that's the exact same way. I took the sample brush and I took transparent and I took the color I was adding with the glow and I kind of did that. Oh, that's high. It's a different one. Okay, I want to go ahead and add some shadow down here to separate this base from the lid. Lip. Ooh, this one. Similar process as the other one, but there's a little bit more defined edges here, so you can go ahead. Not have to worry about it so much. Except maybe not that much. Hey Antonio, how's it going? Oh, it's good. He is a little baby boy. He's doing fine. So here we can add a little bit of that value for the bulges, right? Because the bag has some slight bulges. So we can really emphasize that with the color here. I want the side here to also get some of that. Yeah, today, how are you? That was a while ago. Sorry, I'm focused on this. Not bad, not bad. Oh, same old, same old. I need to finish this. If I don't finish this, I'm gonna be real sad. That's fine. Geez, there's so much moth fan art? What? Oh, you typed moth wrong again. Looking up specific body parts is not going to give you really good results, by the way. Just in case. You should look up anatomy. Mouth anatomy, right? That's the keyword you should probably look up instead of mouth fan art. That's what you were looking up. Now, do I want to add any ambient occlusion here? I do kind of want to add a core shadow. I think this is fine. Hey, YouTube's on here also. Oh, Eden Major. Thank you so much. I'm glad. Sorry if I missed your message. I am really focusing on stuff. I am on both. But I'm really bad at paying attention. Because I'm trying to finish this, but I think that's it for the ambient occlusion. I think I don't really need any more like shadow shapes or anything. I think the next thing is going to be bounce lights, and that should be easy enough to deal with. So again, as I'm going through this, I'm taking like a rather bigger brush, right? I'm looking at the left side, and I'm just kind of to pay attention. When do I barely notice this effect? Because I'm not really trying to make it noticeable. All I'm trying to do is give a little tiny bit of depth, right? And a contrast. So that way when I add, what's it called? Bounce lights and highlights and stuff, I can make this stuff really pop in 3D and really feel like 3D. You're just adding a little bit. So I'm not coming in here, I'm like, oh, where's the darkest edges of this? Or like, where's the shadow going to be cast? I'm just trying to be like, which part is closer to the, well, it's also a verification of the chat just being very quiet and also watching. I'm trying to pay attention to what is going to be closest. And I'm just trying to barely give a little tiny bit of the effect. Because this is not the wow factors part. Like the ambient occlusion is not the wow factor. It does a lot, right? When you're looking at it, it does a lot. But if you're not subtle with it, it's like hitting somebody with a brick, right? They're gonna notice. The really wow factor comes in the next couple of steps. Where this, we add bounce light, and that turns this into a core shadow instead of just being this like effect as rolling away. Well, hopefully the music is going to be carrying the stream a lot. But yeah, the goal of this is to just kind of like pick the spots that are closer to the viewer and add some soft shadow outside of that. You're fine, you're fine. No need to lock in always. I just feel bad that I'm not like being as entertaining as I could be. Okay, so let's go ahead and add that. Let's call this and then add a new layer. Okay, cool. I'd never tapped it. This one's also going to be I think it'll be an ad, but I might end up making it an overlay. We'll see. Hi, baby boy. How's it going? I'm not getting attacked because I have so little time. That's fair. Also, who is trying to add a whole bunch of stuff to their workflow? Are they still here? They are going to notice. Let's see, members. Report raid? Oh, report server. What? Settings. Where's my overview? This doesn't. Oh, I can pick an image. I was looking at members. We'll see how this goes. That's 7 attacks each day? How the hell do you have 7 attacks a day? That's insane. Oh, they're getting attacked 7 times. That makes more sense. Or is it actually just like they're attacking 7 people a day? That's also insane. Has done 7 attacks. No, I'm sorry. That's too much. They have been denied access to privileges. Apologies. And that was last week Friday. That's fine. Look at me. I only barely just got yours done beforehand. And I'm like a week and I'm still not done with Bumble. Right? We're all good at some things. We're all maybe not the best at other things. We are very cooked. I'm not gonna lie to you. I got another. Are you fucking kidding? I haven't. No. Okay. That's fucking insane. But also, I really want you to take a look at the bounce light that's happening here, especially in this like center area. Right? You can tell that there's a lot of light coming in. Right? Probably a bit much. What I'm trying to do here is showcase that when you layer stuff together, it is greater than the effects of their individuals, right? Now, realistically, I should be putting this on each individual thumb. And then that's going to add a whole layer of like complexity and like coolness to it. It can be adding, it really helps elevate the piece. It is. It's really hard to notice. It does. It's one of those things that's not super important to give like 100% of the piece, right? Like, ultimately, bounce light is not something you need to add in every piece, right? But in a piece where you believe that the light and the color is very important, bounce light adds so much. And it's such a small, subtle thing. Just like next time you watch any film or like you're outside, right? Look at the bottom of someone's face. Look at their chin, like their chins, especially if they have like a smooth skin, if they don't have a beard, right? Look at how much light is there, right? And if you're out in the sun, you're gonna be like, wow, I don't see any light because the top of their face is so dark and then their cheek is darker. And that, wait, hold on. The bottom of their chin is brighter than just below their cheek. And a lot of the times, it's because that bounce light that's hitting from the clothing will bounce up, right? And it gives so much. This is why core shadows are a thing. And so people will often try to get away with adding shadows just to the middle to like replicate a core shadow. But still life is a really good one because fruits are semi-transparent, right? They're not fully opaque because they're organic objects. So there's a lot of subsurface scattering going on. So you can get some subsurface scattering, but more importantly, when light bounces off whatever surface they're on up into them, the light penetrates and bounces. So you get a very nice glow effect, especially if the light's very harsh. Organic stuff like that, very good at getting subsurface scattering and giving that really nice subsurface effect. That's a bit much. Don't try to go overboard with it. Also, though, remember, it's just a little bit that makes it really good. You put it everywhere. Put it for everything? Doesn't help. You don't want to, like, any place that there's, like, a lot of shadow going on. It's a great place for contrast. But if you think about how bounce light works, which is light hits something that is in light and is still so bright and full of energy that it bounces off into something else and then bounces from there into your eye, you got to stop and think, okay, where can it reasonably reach, right? If the light is coming from below, reasonably it's going to hit any object that is going to be facing the ground. So here in the arm, I don't want to take my light and go all the way to the edge here, right? It'll add a lot of contrast, sure, but it's not realistic because the arm is like pressed up against the body. So there's not going to be any light hitting that section. It's going to be dark. But just slightly to the side or slightly below, and you will get that kind of a bounce light, right? So if you come to this from a very physics-based like angle, you're going to start to see that kind of stuff. So under here, I probably want to add a different type of bounce light. Here, most of the light that's going to be hitting the bottom of this edge here is going to be coming from the green itself, carrying a lot of yellow, instead of the green of the grass, right? That's carrying a lot of the other stuff. But I'm following a simple rule set of like, what is looking at the ground, right? Take your brain and like put it on this spot, right? Put your eyes on top of that surface. If you can like imagine that from what you see the character, right? What is the thing if you look straight ahead and your eyes are in this spot right here? What do you see? Do you see the ground? Then that ground is going to be reflecting some light. If you put your eyes right here in this spot, what do you see? Do you see the sky? Then your eyes are going to, then the surface is going to be getting, what's it called? The sunlight, right? If you look out this way and you don't see anything, you just see the middle or the horizon, how will I think? If you put your brain there, you won't be able to think. You'll just have to figure it out. I'm already working on no brain cells as it is. I don't see how this is a problem. You don't need the brain to do art. Pfft, silly. Now I'm wondering whether I want to add, oopsies, the light here. I think that's fine, but I want to add definitely a little bit more. I have a very odd question to ask, but I need to type it in full. Sure, go ahead. SSS, subsurface scattering, bounce light, and values. Sure. Why am I doing that? I don't want the stuff that's in light anyway. Stretch and hydrate. Big stretch. Drink some water. Way more than 20 loud. You can always send it on Discord and I'll read it out loud. Yep, fast and a half. But I'm lazy. Well, no better time than the present to do something, right? Okay, that is the downslight added to this stuff. You still need to add highlights and such. Because even though there's no direct light hitting Bumble in a lot of the parts, all right. Even though there's not a lot of direct light hitting Bumble, right? You're still gonna get some. Seems that's really big. I feel like how that gives it more of like a glow. I think I've gotten the emote. Yes. I can't do just it. I'll need to have examples with regard to something I've learned in one of Saba's videos about light and value. Okay. That's fine. Sabu is also really friendly. At least the times that I've reached out and asked about like color and light and stuff, they've been really nice. So I'm not sure. Whatever. As long as you're respectful, the worst they can say is no, right? I guess that's not technically the worst they can say, but we live in hope that they're a good person, right? Always, whenever we chat to somebody. Should not be messing with my aloe vera this much. Why is it so wrinkly? No. I probably need to repot it soon. Artfight, let's go. Hey, Reverse, how long have you been there? How did I think I missed that? I need to pay better attention to my YouTube chat. Because my multi-chat isn't working. That was a while ago. Oops, sorry. This is what always happened to me at the beginning when I was doing stuff. That I would just miss chats constantly. I'm still missing chats to this very day. Hope is all we have. What did I say that required that? I am small of brain. Damn, he write like a day ago? I read like a day. No! They didn't write like a day ago. Well, it was a while ago, but still. I really miss a chat now because I know that you guys are here, right? When I didn't have anybody, it like I would forget to look at chat because it's like there's no one there. Why bother? Okay, we do need to do some highlights. So I do want to add bounce lights to this section here, because this has been annoying me, because this is supposed to be reflective. Basically just get sucked into what I was doing, and I wouldn't look at chat for like an hour. And I'd look up and it's like, oh, someone left a message 20 minutes ago. Bye. There goes my engagement. Breakfast acquired. I haven't had breakfast, sort of. I had an unhealthy breakfast of a cinnamon butter cake. A slice of cinnamon butter cake. I don't know if any of you guys have leather like this in your house, or like have seen leather like this, where basically they add a hem all the way around and then they burnish the shit out of it until it's like polished and smooth. It's such a cool effect. I really like it. I have raw leather with no polish. See, that's the problem. Burnished leather is so nice, and then like hardened burnished leather is so shiny and pretty. But if you get just like the raw vegetated leather that has like that weird crumbling texture on one side and the other side it's kind of matte, it doesn't really inspire the same confidence. Because like worn leather is so like soft and like good, and it's like very good. What kind of sucks is like hard vegetative leather, saddle leather, which I'm not a fan of, right? Personally, I have a jacket made out of that, and it's just really hard to put on sometimes. the art stream where we debate what the best leather is. Well, it depends what you're into, right? If you're trying to make a whip, you can use a very different type of leather. Okay, and then we're gonna add, should just be a normal one. This is going to be because I'm still not getting enough of a pop for me here with the side stuff. So I'm going to try to see if I can add. I'm just telling you, burning edges are so nice. Never owned leather in anything besides boots? Really? That also tends to be a very hard leather, doesn't it? Doesn't really show up as nice as I would like, but I think it's a very small detail. So I'm wondering if I should even include it at all. Come on. Thing stands is that it needs a little bit of this to show the type of leather that it is. I'm also not a huge fan of what I've done to render these shapes down here. So I might go in and play around with that just a little bit. Those leather hiking boots. Really? Leather hiking boots, huh? Interesting. I only know like tennis shoes and hiking boots like that. I don't have any nice leather boots. The closest I have are like leather dress shoes, I think, but I think they're fake leather, right? They were too cheap to be real leather. I don't really think this is getting the effect that I want. I'll probably keep it just for like the section here that's the brightest. I also don't like this too much. It's a bit, it is the brick that I'm hitting people with. That's not on. It's here. I think my back is just too big for my leather jacket. That's what makes it very difficult to get into. This is an example of something that's too much detail to worry about. I really shouldn't be putting this too much time into this, but I kind of like the way it looks, even though it's not going to be super noticeable in the final piece. I think I want to go back to my shadow color here. And let's actually see if I can grab it in my color history. Here it is. I want to grab this top part in here because I don't think I was doing a good job of grabbing it earlier. I'm thinking that because it's almost entirely facing up during a shadow. What was that? Oh, the purple. The purple is all of the shadow effect. So interestingly enough, it's in a lot of the same places that you get the ambient light, right? The bounce light. Because it's that contrast between the two. Here, if I turn off the bounce light, you'll see it in more places, right? Right. The ambient, the bounce light will bounce and create a better, what's it called? Bounce light? Or that's a shadow, sorry. See? That's how you get that glow effect, is that you have the brightest source, right? Hitting the object and then getting farther, like lower as it goes away. Here, because the color is so different from the other thing, it looks like it's glowing, right? So that's how you get that glow effect going. That has nothing to do with this though. I'm trying to... Just trying to grab the color. So basically what I'm trying to do here is, my reasoning is that because this top cap is almost entirely facing directly up, it's actually going to end up being a little bit darker than the bottom one because it has the ambient light hitting it, the bounce light, right? It is also my mother's birthday tomorrow. She doesn't want to celebrate on her birthday, she wants to celebrate on Saturday. So we're doing that. I think she's just gonna go see a movie with my dad. Am I paying attention to YouTube? Paying attention enough, I guess. Let's turn this back into a multiply so it's easier to see what I'm doing. Oh, I forgot to add that. Cool. Now overall, I do want it to be a little bit lighter as a whole. Cool, that works, that works. Okay, back to the highlight layer. I'm not using color white. I feel like maybe this section here needs to be a little bit darker. Just to make that pop a little bit more. Yeah, that's probably fine. Let's bring it back down. Bring it back up a little bit. Cool. Works for me. May I lower the highlights a little bit? I think that still works. Now, one thing I do need to do though is go to the line section, because this bag is not working out. This is not dark enough. I think it's gonna have to be almost black, probably. This is why I think it'd also be really hard. Bumble, Hack is creeping closer. I love it so much. I'm so glad. After this, I gotta do the clouds, and then I'm probably done. Probably. One thing though, I am, what's it called? What did I say? I was saying something. Oh yeah, this is like another reason why I think I wouldn't do great for having like an editor. It's a little bit early for me to find an editor. Is that like I don't really yap enough when I'm left to my own devices. there's not like any. It's easy when you're playing a video game to have like controversial takes and stuff, but when you're really focused on what's it called, like art and stuff, it's really hard to be like, yes, I believe thing that everyone else would generally believe not. Because I'm focused on drawing instead of like, what is the weirdest, safest, controversial thing I can say? Out. Yeah, luckily we have a little bit of that right here. But let's go ahead and grab our white color again. And let's add to this spot here. No, I don't like that. That's not right. That ain't it, Chief. That is not it, Chief. Yeah, no, that looks fine to me, I think. I think that's good enough. I think there's actually a ton here that needs like a highlight. Yeah, I think that is Bumble as a character done. Let's do a little save here. We have the grass done, we have Bumble done. We just need to do the cloud in the background. It's the nature of being an art YouTuber versus getting zero work done and just yapping. Exactly. Which is what concerns me, because as if I start to get commissions, which I need to start to get commissions, I need to like this Bumble piece is gonna be a really big part. I hope this and the Zworm are going to be real big as far as like me being able to present to people. It's like, yeah, I do character art. I'm a character artist, right? You gotta be so non-distracting today so Spring can finish this. I don't like the implication of that. Okay, that being said, I'm pretty sure that's Bumble done. So let's just work on the cloud. So the cloud should be pretty easy, hopefully. I'm gonna bring it up on the side here for our reference. So everyone can see the reference. Need mute streams for more progress? Yes, mute streams would be very good for progress, but it's one of those things that it wouldn't make a good YouTube video, right? I wouldn't be able to make clips, and I wouldn't be able to connect with people as much. So what I really want to focus in on this one is this cloud shape right here, right? Because I really love this picture, right? And I want to try and grab this effect. And I don't know how I'm going to grab this effect. I'll be honest with you. I have like the makings of an idea for your portfolio, actually, because it showcases your knowledge of proportion, shading, coloring, background composition. Exactly, right? I want to be able to have Kit be as like, hey, these are some of the examples of character. I'm probably going to use, if I look at my stuff, what I can, because what I'm going to do is doing the art mentor thing, going onto forums, and then like going to people who are looking character art, right? Looking for character art. And then I'm going to try and convince them with a couple of examples. So the examples I'm going to try to use are, what's it called? Kit, Bumble, and then I really want to do, shoot, Zangief. Where's my Zangief? I don't know if anybody has seen my Zangief. I know it's going to be at the bottom. I'll probably use Sprungy Heart as another example. That one's not too bad. Is this the cloud you've been glazing this entire time? It is the cloud I've been glazing this entire time. It was so cool because I took this photo while I was walking Maho, and let me tell you, the picture does not do it justice. This cloud was so fucking massive, right? Like, you see the picture and you're like, oh, of course it's a really big cloud. Look at how big it is compared to the houses, right? And everything. Nah, when you're standing there like in person and you can like, you get the volume of it, you're like, holy shit, this is so cool. And you can tell that like the clouds in the foreground are in shadow because on the other side of me, there's just another fucking cloud that's just massive and it's blocking the sunlight and it's hitting the closer clouds, right? So that's why all of like the foreground of the picture is in shadow, but the cloud in the background is in light, is because there's a bigger cloud behind me that doesn't look as pretty, that's blocking the sun, and it's just getting this amazing this cloud was so fucking tall. When I sit there and I look at clouds, right? Sometimes I'm just like, fuck me. That I want to paint like that, right? I get sucked into it. I just stare at it for like 20 minutes. And I wish I could stare at it longer, right? But then Maho's like, I want to go do something else, or I have something else to do. And I'm like, I wish I could just sit down and watch clouds all day. I feel like I could learn so much about like depth and color and like hard shadows versus soft shadows and like the subsurface scattering of light just by watching clouds all day, every day. Isn't even a top 200 cloud. Exactly. It's not even a top 200 cloud of all time. Like, this is such very little color, but the shape design. Oh man, the shape design. And these tiny little things in the corner. So good. These little puff balls and everything. It's so hard to show you on camera how good it was. Because this picture doesn't do it justice. It does not do it justice at all. Jack, do you right after you said we wanted to. Of course you guys are gonna do. You guys are gonna do it every fucking time. The Panda Knight's alright, but unfortunately no one is going to, what's it called? No one's gonna want to sketch, right? And unfortunately that's just a tone drawing and no one wants that. I like the popcorn cloud too, exactly. The shape design is so good, and like for the fact that I'm trying to learn this stuff, I think it's really good because it is how do I put this in a way that's like easy to understand? It's really good because I'm dumb. Like it's a really good cloud because I am just not there at like the color theory and stuff that I want to be able to look at these like beautiful multicolored just like subsurface scattering value shifting clouds and just be able to recreate them, right? Describe this cloud like he was at the pearly gates. You don't understand. I keep telling you, this cloud was just massive. It's one of those things in life because very rarely do you like encounter something so large that it puts you in perspective of your life, right? Buildings are big. Some skyscrapers will do that for some people, right? They'll walk in New York for the first time after living in like a farm their entire life, and they're just like, holy shit, right? And that's really impressive because it's man-made, right? And then you take a cloud that's probably a couple of miles tall, just floating in the sky, and you're like, holy fucking shit. Jesus Christ. It works. I want this cloud now. It's so good. Like, it's just like, that's the kind of effect. How much for the cloud? It's the kind of effect that I'm trying to get into this drawing of Bumble, right? I'm trying this background. This cloud has to settle the background. It is the primary shape of this drawing. I have to do something here. And it starts with understanding the shape. And then maybe I can do some playing around with the cloud color, right? Because that's a lot of like interpretation in art. This picture did an awful job of capturing the cloud the way I wanted it to, right? I now have to take this reference image and find a way to show you how awesome this cloud was in person through this painting. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. That's insane. It's asking so much of me, and when there's so much that I have to learn. But I'm excited to try. I'm excited to find out. Because you gotta remember, this is where I was, like, this is the first attempt with the cloud, right? So if you take this attempt compared to, like, the reference that I have, it's just like night and day, right? Nature is always going to be a better source of inspiration than your own memory. So you should always use reference when you can. I think it's really, really helpful. Yeah, you should get outside. Go hike a mountain, right? Because a mountain is also one of those moments. If you've never been like on foot in front of a mountain, I highly recommend it. Going hiking is one of those things where you'll be like face to face with like massive trees out in the wilderness that you've never seen before, right? Structures that mankind only sometimes can get close to. There is no man-made building that comes close to how massive and imposing as a mountain, right? It really is the kind of stuff that makes you believe in God, but I'm not a very religious person. So, you know, it fills me with the same emotions I assume that religious people are felt with when they're faced with the majesty of nature. But I think it's far cooler to understand how these huge, massive, like bigger than we'll ever be sort of structures come into effect through like the natural systems of the world, right? And it humbles you a little bit and puts you in place, which is really nice. So that's kind of the key thing, right? Is it needs to be the centerpiece, right? But Bumble is the centerpiece. So it's not like I think that the cloud is going to immediately take over from Bumble, right? But what it has to do is it has to provide a lot of competition, right? It has to provide this backdrop composition because the blue behind it provides nothing. If I take out the cloud and just have this, infinitely worse. Infinitely worse. It looks like I blue screened my computer. For a character like Bumble, that is a messenger that has to travel the world, that is constantly reminded of where they are in the world, like their place in the world, how small they are in the comparison. This goes back to the thumbnails too, right? Like I was drawing when I was doing these thumbnails, right? Is I had a lot of these ones where Bumble is very much not like the biggest thing in frame. We have him on top of the monster. We have monster is a very, very unfair word for the cute little yak, basically, that he's on. But like for this character that is this messenger, this traveler, this like journeyman, if you ever played the game Journey, great tie-in, right? Blue is so good, I want to eat it. It's a very nice transition of blue. What do you mean bad composition? Like, isn't it just bad composition to have this cloud gone and just have blue? Yeah, it's pretty bad composition. You have to trust the vision. Because it's what I'm trying to say with this character, right? Is I'm trying to give that same perspective of seeing the world and seeing how small a piece of the world that you are, right? But that has to contrast with the effect where Bumble is a terribly important character, right? I don't know if like Black Tea considers them an important character, right? But the role of messenger, the role of person who connects people is incredibly powerful, right? And this contrast of being such a small thing with such a big impact on the world, to me, it inspires me a bit. So it just kind of, you know, pulls me together. Ah! I can finally take a screenshot of the thumbnails. Right? I can just send you the thumbnails if you want. You'll have a higher resolution. Yeah, here we go. Bum, 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 ba-da, ba-da, bum, bum. This is gonna take a second though. I think it's important to glaze the cloud, right? Because a lot of I think my part as an artist, the fact that I'm fairly extroverted, right? And really good at like talking to people. Part of the art is upselling this, right? Giving it a meaning that otherwise people wouldn't read as much, right? Maybe someday I'll get good enough that I'll let the art stand for itself. Maybe someday I'll feel good enough, right? Because that's a big thing like artists like Quentin Tarantino do when he makes movies, right? It's like I'm not gonna tell you what the movie's about or what the meaning or what the message is. Because when people come up with their own messages and their own meaning, then it's far more interesting than anything I could come up with, right? At this point, right, I'm trying to condition you guys as an audience to look for more meaning, right? So I'm coming up with a lot of meaning myself. And so, what's it called? Did I hit the right button? I think I hit the right button. Give me a second. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Bumble Wheels. If you draw the cloud in a way that people want to form a religion around it, you failed. Cloud doesn't even exist yet. Yeah, exactly, right? But it's this like, it's this man versus nature sort of dichotomy that you got to be like reading into it. And I'm trying to like really instill this like search for meaning in people, because I think that really is what connects us to art, right? How do we combat people doing AI stuff? How do we combat people not caring as much about art? We make things matter. We give things meaning, right? Because at the end of the day, someone who's making 500 pieces of AI art a day by just typing in a prompt, they can't give meaning to all of that. There is no meaning to any of it, right? The computer made it for them. They can try to find some meaning, and I'm sure they'll find some meaning in some of them, but there's just not enough time and effort and energy to be able to give all 500 pieces you make in one day meaning. If I make 5,000 pieces of art in my lifetime, right? And I give every single one of them meaning, that's gonna matter so much more than someone who makes 500 million pieces of art through a generator and gives none of it meaning. What was it? Bumble thumbnails. Bumble. I keep capitalizing around the letter. Works for me. Works for me. I think that's a somewhat interesting take. Not sure if I agree with that. What, the meaning take? Undo. Oh, son of a duck. Can I redo? What happens when I redo? Ah! Sigh. Looks like we're gonna have to change the canvas size. Edit. Change canvas size. I really wish I had remembered what my resolution was. I think I can do it like this, probably. This is the danger of cropping. So this is something that's solved in like Clip Studio, whatever generation, right? Because to, I think I can have both of these open at the same time for this to work, right? Oops. So it happens oftentimes when I do that, like crop to whatever. Yes, your take about how art is interpreted feels like a corporatization of the medium and undermines the artists themselves. I feel like you had a very different approach when you're thinking about separating the art from the artist, right? Is it still meaningful if an artist draws 100 pieces a month? Uh, I think so. It depends. Because some artists have very different outputs, right? It is not a very good comparison to equate someone who likes to draw 100 chibis a month and is very attached to all of those chibis because they're like super part of the fan fiction that they're drawing or whatever. All of those individual 100 pieces in that month have meaning, right? They all have meaning to the artist, for sure. Someone who draws one piece a month, but it's a commission work and they feel apathetic about it, I feel like that's, which one would you prefer, right? So who dictates how much time you have to spend on the piece to consider art? I don't think that, I feel like trying to, what's it called? Canvas size. Need to make it bigger. Okay, I still need to make it bigger. Exactly, which is why I don't believe that art has a soul or feelings. I I don't think that art ever has a soul or feeling, right? For me, I think it's definitely what people feel about the art, right? Right? So if I feel this in the art, right? Or if I find meaning, like this meaning from the piece of art, I think it's just as valid as someone else's interpretation, right? Just turned on every notification for every server. I regret. Oh no. Okay, cool. What the hell is that? Is that the cloud? I guess that is wild. Okay, anyway. For me, I think it's important that people stop and appreciate the art, right? I don't think anyone is going to stop and give it meaning, right? The only people who are going to like look at my art and really think about it and put like stuff in context or try to like understand something from it, right? Everyone's going to have a different take on it too, right? Now with regards to art versus artist, just how these open interpretations often purposefully steals away the artist's lived experience. I think that is a different conversation to have. Because I get where you're coming from now, I think. I think you're talking about how when people make claims about what the art means, it removes the agency and the meaning that the artist intended, right? Am I understanding that correctly? This isn't sprung bait. This is actually me asking a question, right? It is really important, right? Let's save this just in case I want to go back to canvas size hell. Here, I'm gonna send the thumbnail to Discord. Where is the thumbnail? Should be towards close to the top. Okay, it is in general chat. Become enlightened. It's really good because I'm done. Why do you guys always pick those kind of quotes? What's it called? So my take on it is slightly different, right? Because I I'm of the opinion that I prefer to give individual people the agency, right? Because I want people to think for themselves. I think that's more important. Heston started John the Cloud doing a piss poor job. Listen here. Listen here. I should drink some water. Remember to stay hydrated. I'm surprised no one made a hydrate emote. Which I gotta do that after I do the attacks I've gotten in Artfight. Give the baby a treat. Okay, baby gets a treat. There you go, buddy. You've been given a treat. Remember to feed your child. What was I talking about? Right, meaning, right? I personally am a fan of people having their own like agency, right? Of people doing critical thinking, right? I think it is more valuable for 100 people to have a different interpretation of an art form or an art piece that matters to them than it is for them to blindly accept the interpretation of the artist, right? At the same time, at the other extreme, I don't believe that everyone's individual interpretation supersedes everyone else's interpretation, right? I believe that there has to be this medium, right? People need to be able to form opinions and interpretations themselves to be able to discuss and understand. Because it is through this difference in understanding that people have for art that people understand each other better, right? If we both look at a piece of art and we see wildly different things, that tells me a lot about you. And that tells you a lot about me, right? Between the two of us, we come to a greater understanding because we know more about how we think about something else. It's like when you go to see a movie and your friend has the same opinion of you, you are more likely to trust his opinion on another movie because you share the same. And if you discuss that opinion with them, when you have differing views, you can understand more of what they like and what you like. Ultimately, sharing these different interpretations with each other leads to a more like engrossed community, right? It gives us something to talk about. It gives us something to unify over, and it gives us something to have different opinions on, which I think is just as important. Having everyone be part of the hive mind is an incredibly boring society. I don't want to live in something like that. I do want to live in a society where people are allowed to have wildly different opinions while following the social contracts. I think that some people see art as a vacuum, right? Some people look at the piece and they want to just see what's on the piece, right? I think that other people look at the piece and they see the artist behind the piece. And they ignore the art, right? They use all the strokes and the images as a way to paint the artist themselves. I think a more fair judgment is to take it all into consideration together, right? I think people are too quick to throw away their own evaluations as incorrect because someone else has said, well, actually the artist did this, right? They're too quick to, oh, someone else is correcting me, sort of a thing. I agree with that, sure. But I think that no one else in this world would have what's it called? Would have seen this drawing of Bumble and thought about how it's a reference to how, despite how small we are in the presence and the grandness of nature, we can still have a big effect on others. I think no one's gonna think that at all, except for the people that I've told how I feel about this piece. Right? And I think that's fine. I think a lot of people will see this and go like, oh my god, it's a bee with a little carrier bag. It's adorable. I love it. Because that's how I felt when I saw Bumble in their little drawing. I was like, this is adorable. And only afterwards, after like the hours and the hours of being on stream, of thinking about this, of doing like thumbnails, of doing all this stuff, only after all of that did that kind of solidify how I felt about the character, right? Thinking of them as a messenger, thinking of them as being on a journey, thinking about how they can connect to people in ways that I wouldn't connect, right? Being a trench coat, well, exactly. I think making the claim is that it is not would be more incorrect. I think it is just a valid claim because statistically speaking, if I'm to post this on Blue Sky, 1,000 people are going to scroll past it and just look at it and ignore it and never think about it again. And so therefore, statistically, I'm in the right. It gets a little harder to find out what other people are going to think, right? When you ask them what this piece means with no context. Because it's just, people don't think about art that way at this point in time. I don't know. I feel like the more I talk to people, the less they think about it, right? The more I find myself being the minority as someone who tries to look at every fine detail, right? And therefore, by my calculations, you are wrong. Exactly. You're having a little bit of fun with that. But, you know, it's hard to step away from your own bias, right? Myself included. I had to explain to my cousins, I think I told this already, what a population graph meant, right? How you can like track the tier of a society based on the population graph, right? When you have the pyramid shape, you're in a type 1. When you have like a column, you're in a type 2. And then you have the inverse pyramid, right? And then, right? They didn't have any idea what that meant because apparently that's not something that every high school teaches. No one is immune to propaganda. No one is immune to their own bias as well. Remember, the biggest propaganda you'll ever meet is your own brain trying to convince you of something. These ideas naturally bleed in how we make and perceive art. Sure. I agree 100%, right? And if people are trained to look for this meaning, they'll find this meaning. I go and watch Marvel movies, and every single Marvel movie that I watch, I stay till after the credits. Why would I do that? Why would anyone do that? Because Marvel has trained the viewers to wait for something at the end. That if they're waiting to give a little bit more of their time, they will be rewarded with something that other people might not be. And so starting with like my Twitch streams and my viewers and talking to people about my art and art in general, I wanted to start to train people to sit down and look at art and be rewarded themselves by finding some deeper meaning, right? Not because, oh, it's going to elevate your education of the arts. Not because of anything like that. But I think it's just a little bit more rewarding for an individual to have meaning and purpose when they look at art. And I think in an era where art is increasingly commodified, trying to find like a meaning that might be there is just a little bit more exciting. But that's me waxing poetic. And it's not necessarily true, I guess. I don't know. And then we're gonna do a clip, and we're gonna set this to glow, and then we're going to grab a dark orangey color, and I want to see what this looks like when I hit fill. I think that's a bit too much yellow. It's looking a little bit it's looking a little bit not as good. Ooh. Why is this not... This should be set to glow. I have to set this to glow as well. That's what it is. I do that with every movie too. It's crazy how they Pavloved our asses. Exactly, right? Been Pavloved like a motherfucker. Let me see, I have a Discord message. I think it's from my mom. I do. My mom sent a voice message. I can't listen to that right now. Let me take a second to look at this. Just let my eyes rest on it and think about whether or not it's the color that I want. Because what I'm doing is this is going to be like the big color, right? And what's going to happen is when I come in here with, oh God. When I come here with, because my plan right now is to make a big selection like this and then carve away a lot of the, please make the, with this, I'm on the wrong one, like to come back and bring this out, right? And so that's kind of a problem. It is getting that like warm glow that I want, so it's kind of nice. Because the goal is we want to make Bumble stand out, so we need contrast, right? Contrast down below, we have it darker, but it's still brighter than the colors next to it, right? Contrast above, I think I want the background to be brighter than Bumble. But I'm not convinced because it looks like a setting sun. It's not bright enough, right? Saturation is too low. So what I'm going to do is add a correction layer. Because this looks too sepia tone. It's too warm, right? Correction layer. So I'm gonna see if I can adjust some of the hues and stuff. Maybe we make this, that red's not bad, but maybe we make it more blue. But that doesn't really affect. Realistically, I think we want it more white. Because blue is not going to really, it is going to have a hue contrast with the yellow and stuff. But I think we definitely want it that kind of, maybe a little bit more yellow. So that it's warm, but it's not. Maybe we turn the saturation up or the saturation down. Actually, the saturation down isn't too bad. How do I feel about it when it's more like this? Let's maybe increase the luminosity. That white is very bright. Maybe I turn the saturation up. And I'm just playing with settings to see what hits, what fits, right? I'm just trying to see where we find that balance that I'm looking for. Because we do get that really stark whites, right? If I look around it, it's not getting a ton of that like orangey color, right? So if I was to drag around this cloud and like see, there's a little bit of orangey towards the bottom, right? It's hard to tell. You can maybe see a little bit of oranges in that spot up there. Mostly we're gonna see a little bit less illumination, I think. Because this is more of a gray color, so we don't want it to be purely white. So we lower the illumination a little bit, let that come down, and maybe we're a little bit tighter with our values coming down. Maybe we lower the saturation to make it a little bit less obvious. Okay, I'm kind of digging that. So what I'm looking for right now is I'm comparing the picture that I have. I'm trying to find like the range of the color value in the cloud. And I'm looking at this demo that I've done here, which is I have taken one section with like a soft airbrush and I've made a gradient, an impromptu gradient on the color value that we have, right? And what I'm doing is I'm trying to like assess to see if they're kind of in the same place. Can I get that grayish mid-tone color from this? I think it starts to go heavily into a yellower warm color. So maybe if I lower the saturation even more, okay, we get a little bit more of that gray color, but we lose some of that warmth. I'm wondering if maybe it would be more effective to add the warmth in later and then use this more of just like a general thing. Because I'm going to want to add a little bit of that orange because I want to put the yellow in more places. Right now, the only spot of yellow is the light that's hitting Bumble and the mane that he has. The rest is kind of just like a warmer green sort of a thing. And even you can kind of see some yellow in the light hitting him, but there's not as much. So I definitely think that I want to add the warmth in later. I think we're just going to try to focus to get the cloud shapes and the shadow shapes. I think this is going to be good. Do I want to increase the luminosity? I think I do, just a little bit, because we're getting a lot more of that pop of white in the middle. Cool. And so now what I can do is I can turn off the glow for this layer. And this is the color that I'm adding. I can put this up here and I'll cover up the whole thing. Oh my, Jesus Christ. That's pretty as hell. Damn. I guess because this hue saturation is affecting all of that, right? No, it's not hue saturation. But this shouldn't be, oh, this is still glow. Okay. Okay, cool. So we can grab this and we can fill it again. And what is the difference between the two colors, really? Not really too much. Oh, because I'm on the wrong one. What? No shot. Oh, I haven't applied the layer yet. That makes sense. But that's fine. Here's what we're gonna do. Because when I put this back down here, you can see it's wildly different. Mm-hmm. I think I've accidentally made a mask that applied it to all of it. So I'm going to delete the mask. And then I'm going to apply this by like merging it down to the one below. And then once I bring it up, this is the color I want to grab. So this is a difference in the colors that I was using, right? So this is ending up what we're going to end up using for the add multiply. We don't need this anymore, so we can get rid of that folder. That's the wrong one. Okay, and now I have the task of going to these shapes and trying to replicate what they've been doing here. Oh, this isn't an ad yet. That's why it's looking a little bit weird. Okay. Oh boy, how do I even start with this? I guess the best way to do it is just start. I want a smaller brush. I think I do. Definitely looks like there is, with the exception of the tips, a little bit. Wow, there's something in my throat. There you go, that's better. Back to redeems hydrate. I think what it did was they used the channel points to highlight a message. I don't know, it feels like I like swallowed some mucus and there was like something. She said. I think I need a harder soft brush, if that makes sense. See, that's also a bit much. You know what? I'm not going to think about it too much. I'm just going to use the soft brush. I'm just going to go around the edges. We'll see if this pays off. If this pays out. Maho is the best place. Stretch and hydrate. Stretch and then hydrate. You guys are taking advantage of the fact now that the 1,000,000 points that you need to get Maha Steak won't go away. You can just keep adding to it. That's exactly what we do. You can't queue up on that. Hear that, Maho? They don't care about you getting a state. Look at him. He's so sad. You hear him grump? He just was like, I think mathematically giving Maho points every day works out better. Getting him a treat every day. Okay, so what am I seeing here? Giving treats every day is better. Hear that, Maho? It's better for you to not get a steak. That's what I'm hearing. What? Holy shit, you had 4,000 points saved up? What the hell? Cheats are hindering the state cause, but the cheats are so good. Wrong, I'm afraid. You're at 1%! Yo, let's go! Congratulations to all parties who celebrate. Max contribution per stake per stream reached? What? No shot. Oh. Total to the... You should only be able to donate 2,000 a day, I think. So I'm guessing it counts since like the last time you donated. Because it says that, oh no, it has contributed a total of 2,000. Oh, 4,000 total. That makes sense. No, yes, you can only donate 2,000 per stream. That's a Twitch guideline. That's not a me guideline. I'd get rid of it if I could. I'm not big enough to be like, ha 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 ha, you fools. The take is fading more and more into the distance. It is one of those things that is like, it's a community goal, right? So Twitch gave me the guideline. It said, if 17 people contributed to this fund every day the max amount, it would take 30 days to complete, right? So that's every day, right? So even on like weekends and stuff. So the only way to achieve stakedom for Maho is to get a lot of people on to become extremely popular. Maho's stake now entirely depends on how popular of a streamer I am. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Black tea is receding into cope. Whew, man, barely scratched the surface, huh? This is gonna be a wild ass stream, that's for sure. This one. Nope, this button is the button that I wanted. This one is the Legend of Zelda one. I don't know if he did. So I think this is a Wind Waker one. Because we had the earlier theme. And I think that's a Wind Waker theme. Also, I looked at it and it said Wind Waker just now. Yeah? Breath of the Wild is really fun. Breath of the Wild 2 is also really fun. I wanted to 100% it, but I didn't do it. I have my Elgato somewhere. Maybe we'll do like a stream of it sometime. My Elgato down here. It is. It's not. Let's go. This is not my Elgato. That's my display. I don't know. It's somewhere. Is this my Elgato? This is not my Elgato. Alright. Well, my 7+ year Breath of the Wild save, so I'm replaying it. Haven't finished Tears of the Kingdom yet either, but I enjoyed it too. It's really fun, right? And it's not like I spoiled myself on it, right? I don't really care too much about that. Just ended up being one of those things where I didn't finish it as much as I had wanted to, I think. I want to make the underlying cloud a little bit bluer. Because right now it's very warm. So I think I want to make the underlying cloud much bluer. It's definitely a cooler tone. Although I think that's just the layer correction. Because these edges I'm not liking as much. I think I might just do hue correction. Let's see. I'm gonna change the hue to, oh my god. What the hell? I'd like to do a layer correction on this one. And then just do it for the one below it. It's not doing the thing that I want it to. It is doing the thing that I want it to. 0, 0. I want this to be bluer. But it's hard to make it bluer when the background is so blue. I think I need to move this down to here. And this is where I'm going to get that change that I want to see. That's too bright. Okay, we're getting somewhere. That's a bit dark. High saturation, low luminosity maybe? It's kind of getting there. I think I'm pushing all the values a bit too much. Should just be a little shift in that direction. I think it's just the layer. Once I add some warmer light to it afterwards, it's gonna look better. So we're not gonna worry about it so far. Just gonna go back to something else. Got a message on Discord. Yo, this looks awesome, Kit. Good night, Kit. Thanks for coming by. Had a lot of fun. Thanks for chatting with me. Right. Let's keep going without worrying about it as much as I was. I want to grab more of That's a bit much. I don't like that in the middle. And actually, I can use that. Hold on. I think I'm gonna have to come over all of these with a bit of like a blend to keep everything nice and smooth. Very cloud-like and puffy, right? You know? See what Kit posted only to realize they probably sent it to you private. They did. Sometimes they can be a little bit shy. I think they're doing excellent work though. That is just the youth, honestly. And the youth can be anybody, right? Someone who's 70 years old can be the youth, because the youth just kind of refers when I use it as someone who's very emotional and can sometimes get easily worn out and get in their own head about stuff, right? Because I think it's hard to grow out of that stage in your life where everything means a lot, right? And you can encounter this in new stages in your life as well. Like, I realistically only started playing Street Fighter 6 like more seriously, right, as wanting to learn about it, like, shoot, a couple of months ago, really. And what's it called? For that, it was insane, because even now I am so bad at managing the adrenaline inside of like ranked matches. I'll play like 2 ranked matches and I'm like, okay, I need to do something else because my heart is beating too fast. But between discussions, especially as like someone who is, I can imagine, right, that someone who has a lot of reason to be emotional about stuff, because it either directly impacts somebody or like themselves, right? Or it's something that, you know, means a little bit more because of someone's history, backstory, whatever you want to call it, right? They're it's hard to disconnect emotionally from a lot of stuff like that. I do want to make this section a little bit brighter. And I'm drawing on this side and I'm looking at this side. I always encourage people to share with the community work in progress stuff, but I should post more work in progress stuff myself. The only thing is, like, I'm not super worried about being seen as negative or whatever, but I'm worried about posting the same thing like a million times, being like, I did this thing, and it's like too little bitty whatever stuff, right? And it's like hardly any change because I'm yapping so much on stream. I think I was doing it a bit more earlier, like in the life cycle of me streaming. It's just one of those things. Oh, that's the wrong button. This is the right button. Definitely gonna have to add some softer edges to that stuff, for sure. I want to start moving this shape down in this way. Because what I'm seeing when I'm looking at the cloud is I'm trying to find out why these shapes are making this, why these values are happening in the way that they're happening, right? And so for me, I'm seeing a little bit more, what's it called? Ho hum. How do you describe this? I'm seeing a little bit more, I'm so bad at using words. I'm like, what if I'm seeing a pattern, right, of stuff going downwards? I want to be like, okay, maybe there's an underlying volumetric shape, right? Maybe there is something that's moving like this under the cloud, right? And so I'm thinking, okay, how do I get that effect? Because what I'm doing with these bands is basically the same thing as, what's it called? Doing these shapes coming through. So all I'm trying to do is trying to form them in a way that makes it look like it's moving down this way instead. And I know I won't be able to copy the, like, one for one, all the volumes and everything over there on this side. So I'm trying to make sure I can get like the vibe of it, the feel of it, you know? So like, for example, there's just like a section like this. Looks so real. Really? I'm glad. I should do more lasso tool coloring as well because those shapes are delicious. Yes. Okay. So this is like the biggest benefit that the lasso tool will ever give you. It's the fact that you can use an airbrush to make hard edges, right? Because otherwise my option is this, right? Use a soft round here and then come in with a hard brush, hard round with the other color and curve around like this, right? And I could do something similar, right? Where I come in with this tiny hard brush. coming in, I'm drawing all the shapes and stuff. And get a little bit like that. And come in with a mixer brush and get rid of these bits in the tips, right? You gotta do it a little bit more carefully than I was. Honestly, it'd probably be better to do it with the third round, right? Come in, get that eraser tool out, or just like an eraser tool, right? Maybe round off some of these pointy edges because they weren't supposed to be that pointy, right? And then you'd have to come in with the airbrush again. And then you'd have to erase out backwards. Oops, that's the wrong way. Like that. So you can kind of get like a similar shape doing that. But you can see how much longer it took to do that. I had to go back and forth so many times. If you don't have the lasso tool, you can still do this, right? It's a matter of knowing what you're trying to achieve, not a matter of the tool itself, right? If you take away anything from this, it's don't know every tool. It's know like 2 or 3 tools so well that you can do anything with them. And then start trying to find ways to achieve those effects that are faster, right? That work for you, right? So for some people, they like to do, what's it called? They like to grab a lasso tool, they fill this area in, and then they'll hit the fill button, right? I was like, this is going to kill my enthusiasm to it so much, because it's so hard to do, volumetric stuff, right? So I got this lasso fill tool, right? Because I'd seen people do something similar to this before, and I was like, maybe it's something like this. And so what I can do is I can just make whatever shape I want, and it auto fills it, right? Why does it look like a penis? It always looks like a penis. God damn it. But I can also change the opacity, right? So now I can make this shape, and then on top of that, I can make this shape, right? The only downside to this is that I can't add like a gradient to it, right? I have to come in from behind and to come in with a blend brush, right? And do the same stuff. Which, a blend brush would be good, right? Blend brush is good, but it's also a blend brush is functionally the same as coming in with a airbrush, right? A soft round or whatever you want to use, and then just like kind of teasing it back and forth, right? Right? It's the exact same thing. All of these tools accomplish the same thing. So it's important to understand what the tools do to get a certain effect. Sometimes it's better to do this because I'm just trying to fill in something that doesn't matter, or I can get those shapes really easily, right? But if I'm dealing with like really convex shapes that are turning and twisting and doing all this stuff, I'd much rather get in with like a lasso tool that I can modify and adjust so I can get those shapes right. And then maybe mix that in with an airbrush that's going to get a different effect, right? So what the lasso tool is basically is not really lasso itself, it's masking, right? So imagine you could get this same effects by drawing an outline onto a piece of masking tape, right? And then putting that over where you want to do it. And then you take an airbrush and you go, and then one side is, this is like how you do it in real life, right? The physical way of doing it. So there's, I promise you, there is nothing unique to digital art. The tools are only faster. You can do anything you can do in digital and physical. Hue correction, you might think you can't, right? But what you do, especially in oil painting, is you take a very, very light application of, what's it called? It's this the acetone, right? Or whatever the mix is that you use to clean brushes in. You add a very little bit of that to whatever color you want to do. Let's say you want to hue correct the painting to be more red, right? So you add some of your red to the acetone, mix it until it's very thin. This is called a wash, by the way. You can do that and you can drag it. Transform? No, you can actually do transform. People don't realize this, right? So the way you do this, and it depends, right? Because it doesn't work with all mediums, but you can actually do, works better when the oil is still wet, right? You can get some saran wrap or some whatever, some piece of plastic, right? But the stretch and press stuff, You put that on top of it and you like press it and press it and press it until it comes up. And then you can stretch the plastic slightly to transform it in whatever direction you're trying to do. So it's like, you can also do this with like lights and silhouettes, right? So you can cut out the thing that doesn't fit, right? Paste the paper onto another piece of paper, and then use like a strong light bulb to like shine onto it and cast a shadow. And depending on how far away it is, it'll get bigger to expand, and that's like a very direct Control-T kind of scale. You can also use acetone to transfer stuff from one thing to another. It's one of those things where it's like, yes, the best version of it is in digital, but it's not something unique to digital like people like to think. I think probably the most unique to digital stuff. Jeez. What is the most unique to digital stuff? Probably the blur tool, maybe. Undo? Eraser doesn't count. Yeah, it depends. You can do undo with traditional stuff. With you have to prep it beforehand though, so I don't know if it really counts. Noise might also be a thing, but you can also get like sprinkle shavings on top of stuff, right? So you can get scatter brushes that do kind of a noise effect. Blur is a pretty close one. It's kind of hard to get blur, but you can get a similar effect in charcoal. So it really depends. I'm looking at my stuff here. Maybe vector lines are probably the closest you can get to something unique. Right? Like vector lines are pretty unique. Especially to Clip Studio. Something that scales infinitely and something that you can directly adjust like in whatever. That's pretty unique. Like I can't make up some bullshit excuse where it's like, oh, I draw a line on a masking tape and then I can pick up the masking tape and turn the line. That's kind of weak, right? Undo is pretty close though. But even honestly, you shouldn't be using undo as much as possible. I use it a lot. I'm not gonna lie. You should be using undo to test stuff. You should not be using undo because you think you made a mistake. I think that's the main thing. A lot of people will use erasers in traditional medium to fix mistakes, right? But you should probably use eraser more as like another brush. So for example, if you use a kneaded eraser to add bounce light to a black and white painting, that's how you would use an eraser as a brush, sort of a thing, right? You're using it as a way to change the value. And I think it's more important to use erasers to push and pull value than it is to fix mistakes, right? But that's me waxing poetic again. There's definitely some things that are unique to it. Probably the undo is the closest, so are vector lines. But there's a lot of stuff that you can do in traditional that people don't expect. And there's a lot of things you can't do in digital, right? There is an artist that my old boss used to love who is their friend, right? And they made, what's it called? Their paintings, they were like sculptures, sort of. They're like, think of, oh shit. Think of colored glass in cathedrals. What they would do is that they would cut out, fuck me, sheets of polarized lenses, like polarized paper, right? So the way polarized paper works, if you're unaware, right? Polarized sheets, whatever you want to call them, they let through certain bands of light, right? If you've ever worn polarized sunglasses and looked at your screen and be like, wow, my screen is completely black. The reason is because the polarized lenses at a certain angle are blocking all the light, right? Because your computer has a polarization lens that lets you filter the white light from behind the screen into whatever we're seeing, the pixels, right? But she would do these sculptures where to have these polarized sheets cut into shapes at different angles, right? And then she would put them on a backplate of lights, and that would change the color of that. So you could only see the color of the art when the light was turned on, when the sculpture was turned on. Or if you had sunglasses on and there was sun coming behind it, you'd be able to see the polarized light coming through it. It was really cool. So there's a lot of stuff like that in traditional media that you can't really do in digital media. There's a lot of like performative art you can't do. The people who paint on suitcases, right, with spray paints and stuff like that, that's also something you probably wouldn't be able to do digitally, because a lot of it is not how proficient you are at the spray paint tool, right? A lot of it is that kind of performance of bringing it all together at the end. Same thing with, there's a lot of people that draw in sand. I don't know if you've ever seen one of these sand performances, but basically the artist will they have like a bunch of sand, and they'll draw with their finger a lot of the things, and it'll tell like a narrative story along with like a recorded whatever. Those are really cool. I like those. And then that kind of bleeds a little bit between, is this a performance? Is this art? Like when I say art, I mean like drawing and stuff. Drawing and painting. It's, I think it's really fun. I know fish that draw in sand. I have priorities. Are you talking about that one pufferfish that goes to the bottom of the ocean and like makes its little den? It's crazy because it's got a gyroid pattern to it. Those are so fucking cool. I love those guys. Hmm. The Japanese pufferfish. Interesting. It was something they didn't really know that they did also, right? And so it changed a lot of the context for what we consider like mating behaviors for fish. Here I am. I'm trying to understand the shape, and I just really don't. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try this shape again. It's up under brush for sure. Happens something that you're super fish focused lately, or did something happen where you're super fish focused, or was it always that way? Kind of like the more I talk about topics like fish. Fish are fun. Fish are friends, not food. Except when they're food, because sometimes they are delicious. I'm sorry, Vol. I just love sushi. I love sushi so much. I mean, I'm sorry, black tea. She is very good. Black tea, I thought you were a vegan. Don't be sorry about that. I mean, I am, but sushi is objectively good. What can you say about that? Are you a piscivore? I don't know. I have a vegan friend who insists that people who eat fish and are vegan are just piscivores. Eating sardine with pumpernickel? I think that's fine. I am not here to judge. I just am curious. You don't eat fish. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I think sushi is really cool. I should make some more sushi. I haven't made sushi in forever. Let's go in the garden. You find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you see it's fading. The underside is brighter when you turn it around. Everything stays, but it still changes. Daily and nightly, fading it away, and everything stays. Judge any eating habits. But I do, so I rejected the others. No, I think it's fine. It really depends. Realistically, I don't know. I don't think there's anything like wrong with veganism. I think it's a great thing. But also, I am piloted by my stomach. I understand that, and I love steak. So, sorry, cows. I do wish that beef was either more expensive or more humane, right? And I don't eat steak that much. I love steak. I love steak so much. But shit is expensive, right? I think it's just like at the moment it's a pretty cheap protein for a lot of Americans. Same thing with chicken, right? It's just one of those things in our current economic state. It's not something that you can get away with, get away from. What am I doing? I want this to fade out. So I'll probably come back in with the blender in a second. Let's get my blending. People eating Nutella or meal are, in my opinion, wrong in their taste. What? What's wrong with mayonnaise? Mayonnaise is delicious. I love mayonnaise. It's also a privilege depending on where you are. It's easier to get certain substitutes, and they also will be more expensive. Prices are gradually dropping, but not quite there yet. It's true. There's also things that aren't vegan that really should be vegan. Why the hell are Cheetos vegan? I guess because they have real cheese, right? Why the hell aren't Cheetos vegan? I guess because they have real cheese, right? But I feel like milk is one of those things, and cheese is one of those things that can absolutely become vegan, right? The problem is that the industrialization of it has caused animal neglect and abuse. Absolutely screwed by this Lionel. But also, the only thing I ate yesterday was Dr. Pepper and Cheetos. So I'm gonna call my fucking, what's it called? Not my, what's it called? My, shit. Maintenance for the apartment, and be like, why the hell isn't my apartment fixed yet? Why am I still fucking waiting for this? What the hell? So that's too bright, unfortunately. There you go, that's better. What is the shortcut to the mix button? There isn't one. Could probably give one. I'm disgusting. I can't even fathom how people eat that stuff. And all three are smelling foul as well. My take is people pretend they like it. Interesting. What kind of mayonnaise have you smelled? Could easily be replaced as the bane of my existence, right? Weird combination. The fair don't really like cauliflower for that reason. That's also very interesting. I love broccoli. Broccoli is so good. So I do this thing with broccoli, right? Basically my shoot, how do I describe this? When I make ramen, right? I make ramen from scratch sometimes. And one of my favorite toppings is because I like tonkotsu, right? Which is the really thick, like lots of fat pork broth, right? It's just, it sticks to your ribs, and it's so yummy and so filling, and it's like greasy, and I love it. That is one of my favorite toppings to put on it, though, is black mayu, which is a seasoning oil that you create by frying garlic until it turns like black, like acrid black. And then when you drip it on, it's got that real bitter taste to it that it really kind of makes everything else pop in a way that just like having that contrast makes things pop. And broccoli when you steam it and add it on top of the ramen, it does two things. One, it absorbs the stock really well into like all the little florets. And then two, when you add some of the oil drops, the seasoning oil drops to it, it also really explodes in sweetness because of the bitterness from that. So it's just like very good for me. Also, I used to grow broccoli with my dad in our community garden thing. And let me tell you, the sweetest vegetable I have ever eaten is a broccoli plant about to bloom. It is so unbelievably sweet. Bye, turtle. Thanks for coming. In one dish, it's just separate foods I don't like except for the really exotic stuff. Those are my top 3 foods that I can't eat. Really interesting. Because mayonnaise is such like a fundamental sauce, right? The French cooking books describe mayo as one of the 3 mother sauces. How many mother sauces are there? How many mother sauces? How many mother sauces are there? Me talking about in cases worked, like, look at all the mother sausages. Anyway. Sauces are there? I think there's 9. 5. Okay. 5 mother sauces. You have Hollandaise, Veloute, Bechamel, Tomato, and Espagnole. I thought mayonnaise was a mother sauce. Interesting. Maybe it's used in one of them? No? Huh. I thought it was, I could have sworn mayonnaise was a mother sauce. Oh, the 6th mother sauce is mayonnaise, according to somebody else's. Tomato sauce, my enemy. Unfortunate, it's in a lot of sauces, but I almost eat no sauce anyway if I have sauce. Really, I like to try it, right? I feel like I like to try all of them. This is the same thing, like when I go to a restaurant that I've never been to before, or like a sandwich place that I've never been to before, I'll look for the thing that appeals to me the most, and I'll order it just the way it is, right? Even if I'm someone who's like, oh, I know I can't take spice, oh, because I'm allergic to capsaicin, right? I'll basically just look for the stuff that doesn't have pepper. But even if like, you know, I don't really like cucumbers, or I don't really like it when there's olives on stuff, or blah, 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 all that stuff. If I see something and I'm like, I kind of want to try that, and there's nothing on there that's going to like hurt me, spices, right? Then I'll just order it as is, and the next time I come back, I'll order it the way I think I would like it better. Or I may be pleasantly surprised, and that's the way I like it. Getting back to garlic, when do you know it's ready and not burnt? No, you misunderstood me. It is burnt. It turns black, completely black, right? Like basically it's starting to smoke. I think it does have to smoke. But here's the thing, you don't actually use the garlic, right? You drain the oil because you are frying all the garlic in that oil and imbuing the garlic into the oil. So then you filter all the garlic out. So you're not, if you were someone who's worried about carcinogenics in like burnt food, there is not a ton of that. Quite a picky eater, but to be fair, a quite simple eater as well. Never really have issues with it. That's fair. That's 100%. Like I am the worst person to give like food recommendations because I'm the kind of person who just likes to eat, right? Very little taste is involved. Just a lot of food and good foods. That's what I'm after, you know? Nothing in the menus I'm fine with. Bland rice or bland pasta, and I'm not unhappy. Oh yeah, for sure. I think just honestly, I'm gonna put this in a way that everyone's gonna hate me. Starch and carbohydrates are objectively the best food group. I could eat them without salt. I could eat them without any seasoning. I could just fucking eat them, and I would be a happy person my entire life. Trash can of the family. Also, gobble up everything down as long as it doesn't contain meat. Now, I will say though, rice is probably the least good of the carbohydrates, in my opinion, right? But that's also probably because everything else that I consider carbohydrate that I like by itself is pre-seasoned in a way, right? When I make bread, right, salt is the ingredient that I add to make the bread, and then I'll go and like eat the bread by itself, if that makes sense. I think I want to pull this shape now. Also, something that's also going to polarize me against a lot of people, I don't like cheese. Let that sink in. Usually if you buy rice, you just get 1/3 of the rice and the nutrition good parts of it are removed. It depends on if you get, what's it called? Brown rice. Cheese also completely lost your support. That doesn't count, you're vegan. You don't count, you're not fair. No, but my vegan friend loves cheese, but she has to get vegan cheese, right? Oops. I think it's my problem is just there's not like a cheese that I like, right? Because there's people that'll like eat cheese out of the box, right? Just the cheese and they'll like stuff their faces with it. It's not me. I love cheese on pizza, right? And sometimes I like it on stuff. Is there good vegan cheese in America? There is vegan cheese in America. I don't know. I don't like cheese, and my friend does, so she likes it. But you should also have you guys seen Gavin Weber? Do you know who Gavin Weber is? No cheese on stuff, but not standalone. What? I do love cheese on stuff, depending on the cheese. Like a mozzarella on a pizza, that's just part of it, you know? That's the fat for the carbohydrate. The name tells me nothing. Alright, let me see if Gavin Weber has a vegan cheese recipe. Does this have an autoplay video? It does have an autoplay video. Alright, we're gonna look up vegan. Okay, so let me pause the music for a second so I can show you guys what's going on my screen. Do I need my references on this at the moment? I'll just shift it to the other one. That's fine. So this is Gavin Weber, a YouTuber who focused on making cheese without liking cheese. Yes, because while I don't like cheese, the taste, the process by which you make it fascinates me. And I would love to make cheese, right? Because I'm like, what if the problem with me not liking cheese isn't like my fault? Maybe the cheese around me is just shit. What if I made my own cheese and that cheese was good? So I really want to get into cheese making just because I love this kind of stuff. So let's make this a little bit bigger. Let's watch this video on the vegan cheese. So I like his stuff. So yeah, make it bigger. I think he's fun. I might need to up his volume a little bit. Let's do that just a little bit. It was at 19 before.
Well, g'day, curd nerds. Today we're making a vegan cream cheese.
He is Australian? Yeah! His videos are addictive to watch because he's a good job
This cheese
explaining.
is made from cashews, so it's not technically cheese. It's more like a nut spread. However, I've had quite a few requests from viewers on the channel who would like me to make a vegan-style cheese.
Got from Let's Not
And this
Distract
indeed is
Chats.
one.
Watch cheese.
No animals were harmed
Vegan
in
cheese
the
making.
making of this cheese. So let's get on and see how we made vegan cream cheese.
Let's fucking go.
So I'm using the Mad Millie vegan cheese kit to make this cheese. So first of all, we need to get some raw cashews. So pour 1 cup of raw cashews into a bowl. So make sure they're not salted or roasted.
It's I think it's going to be a similar
to
process to making tofu, by the way. If you know how to make tofu, it's kind of a similar process.
Looking cashews.
That's my
Try not
guess,
to
right?
eat
Because I know a lady that makes a
Okay,
bunch of
then we're
tofu
going to
out of
fill
different
the bowl
seeds.
with just enough water
Speaking of,
to cover the
if you are
cashews.
allergic to regular tofu, pumpkin
This
makes
just
a really
makes the
good tofu.
cashews softer and easier to blend. So we're going to cover that. I just covered it with a tea towel and soak it overnight. So the next day, take your cashew nuts,
I just love like
drain
looking at this
them,
man.
and then
Like
rinse
this
them
is a
with
man
water. I just
who loves
used a simple
cheese.
sieve to do that.
You can tell by his
And you can
appearance.
do that over at the sink area.
He looks
Okay, once
like
they're drained,
a
I'm going to pop them straight into the
almost
food
looks
processor.
like one of those monks, right? The monks that made beer and cheese. I'm like, this guy would fit right in.
Now we're going to add our other ingredients. First of all, add half a teaspoon of salt.
Does it have cheese is already really high, but nut cheese must be insane. Let me find out. Cashew cheese.
And then we're going to add a quarter of a teaspoon.
Not an ordinary
citric
cashew
acid.
cheese contains 90 calories per ounce.
This just adds a little bit of a tang to the vegan cream cheese.
So an ounce of cheese has about 113 calories. So they're pretty close, surprisingly enough.
So to give a more savoury sort of flavour,
This is just like a very
we're
quick
going to add half a
scoop.
teaspoon of yeast flakes.
So he's calling this
These
a
taste a little bit like Vegemite
cream cheese. So
when I
let's
tried
see.
them off camera.
I'm gonna compare it to like this cottage cheese that's been creamed. Oh, it's probably about half, maybe, because a cup. Wait, that's a cup. Hold on.
There we go. Just sprinkle over the top of the
4 ounces.
nuts.
No, okay, so it's probably closer to triple.
Okay, we've got most of our ingredients in there.
About
Now I'm
25
going to put the
calories
lid on
in creamed cottage
the food
cheese.
processor and just give them a quick whiz.
Is it really? I mean, I have yeast. Oh, I don't have any yeast
So
actually.
we're
I have
gonna blend
active.
until the
I used to
mixture
have a
is
lot of
smooth
active
and
dry
has
yeast.
a uniform consistency. However, before I do that, never blend with the lid off the.
Did they say they have
the food
active dry, or is
processor.
this like?
Now we're going to
food
add half a cup of
yeast?
water, 125 milliliters,
What do they call it?
to make the paste smooth. So just keep adding that, and then blending.
He's so relaxed in this video. Usually his videos have a little bit more energy to them. How old is this video? Video is 5 years.
Add the last of the water. Could have added it all in at the front, I suppose.
That cheesy nutty flavor. Ooh, that makes sense.
So just scraping the sides down with a spatula there.
To me,
So
yeast
that
has
we
like
get an even
a mushroom
consistency.
stock kind of taste to me. Which I know that's how they make bouillon cubes. Is they use
Now it's
yeast.
quite runny once you you blend it all, but that's what it's supposed to be like. Not runny as you could pour it, but so just keep scraping the sides down
That's
and keep blending.
oh, this is
until
almost
it's
done.
very
Wow,
smooth.
okay. So it's really just like you blend it and then you put it in the mold to set.
Okay. So it looks pretty smooth to me. Just going to remove that from the food processor. Move that out the way. before I get too excited, I've forgotten something. I need a damp cheesecloth and a bowl. So just line the little bowl with your cheesecloth there.
Would trust
And,
this man with my
grab a
life. I can't
spoon.
explain it. He's really good.
And just
He loves
spoon the
cheese.
mixture into
Apparently
the
Italians
cheesecloth.
hate him. For what would you use yeast usually? Like a cheese replacement in
Just
itself?
use a spatula to
I don't
scrape all the
actually.
rest
I
of
don't
it.
use yeast as a flavor ingredient,
Make sure
right?
you
I
get all
think that's
that
called
cashewy
something
goodness
different.
into your cheesecloth.
So I use
Okay, all good.
active dry yeast. I think yeast that is for like flavored. It's something else, right? What is it called? It's
Rightio, so grab the opposite corners of the cheesecloth and
not
tie
fibrous yeast.
it up into a bag or form a bag with it. Just using a simple granny knot there. Okay, instead of holding it for 12 hours, just using a piece of cord there, and I'm going to hang it off one of the knobs in the cupboards that are above our kitchen bench. Something nice and simple. However you want to drain it, that's what you need to do for drain it overnight. Anyway, back to Gav.
So there you have it, fairly simple. You know, crush your nuts and then hang them in a bag. So let them drain, and then you got a very nice cream cheese. Now make sure you drain the cheese like I did, hang it in a piece of cheesecloth or butter muslin, and that will help make sure that the cheese is firm at the end of the process.
Certified curd nerd. Exactly.
Now let's see what it tastes like.
Exactly.
I've got the slab here, and I've got some crackers. Now it's very spreadable, being a cream cheese or more of a nut spread, if anything like that. And I'll see if I salted it correctly. Very nice, very pleasant. It's
I
not
bet
very,
it is really good. And for the fact,
it's
like,
not gritty.
it looks so easy to
It's
make
smooth,
too.
which is good. A little bit of a sour tang to it. That's probably the citric acid we added to it. But very nice. Doesn't compare with normal cream cheese made with cow's milk, of course, or sherbs made from goat's milk. It's got a unique taste. Very nice. Anyway, let's have some more of this.
But Gavin really is a proponent for
That
like
is a very nice
traditional
little nut
cheese
spread.
making stuff. He doesn't like using any chemicals or
that,
stuff like that. I
people
think the
ask for this.
closest he get is using
I will be
substitute
trying to make some
rennet.
more nut-based cheeses
Rennet?
later on, but there are so many dairy-type cheeses to make yet, so we'll get there. Anyway, you can get
So
it.
he's really cool. I recommend his videos just because they're fun to
G'day.
watch. Right? They're very informative. He just made one. So he's talking about the pH. So he'll go into the science a lot of it too. So it's really fun. Ba, 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 ba. They sent him a cheese kit one time. Not cheese kit, a mold. And he's been using that mold a lot, and it looks really good. I'm trying to remember where he got it. But anyway, there's a lot of cheese here. It's when he was making Gouda. Yeah, he was making Gouda. Okay. So, we can look up Gouda. So apparently it's pronounced Howda, by the way. So yeah, he gets a kit to make the mold, I think, for the Howda. There's this one and this one. So that was definitely interesting. It worked really well. Let's look at the tofu one. Pumpkin tofu. I think it'll come out the person I want. Nope. Maybe it is. This is lady. If you like making tofu,
These singular ingredients.
it's not supposed to taste exactly like dairy cheese. You got to embrace the flavor without expecting it to taste what you're used to. Yeah, exactly, right? The people who are searching for the exact same flavor are never going to be satisfied with it, right? Like the people who are doing the Impossible Burgers, like, oh my god, it tastes just like real meat. It's like, brother, you just want to eat meat. Like, if you really like the flavor of it, right? But you're worried about the like environmental impact of supporting that industry, cut back. But trying to find an alternative is kind of forcing an entire industry to go in a direction that is not really sustainable, right? The whole process of taking like red bean stuff and then like getting all the proteins out and spinning it up and then doing this, you're creating a process that I don't know how impactful it is in the environment, but like it's going to raise the overhead a ridiculous amount and be more exclusive, right? But this lady's great.
You may have already guessed, since so many people requested it following my last 2 soy-free tofu videos, and I kind of made it obvious in the thumbnail. Pumpkin seeds. Please give this video a thumbs up if you appreciate me doing what you want. And what I want you to do is get pumpkin seeds that are raw and with the shells already removed. Though I've tested multiple times since filming this, you're actually watching my first time trying pumpkin seeds in my traditional tofu making method. And like with that traditional process, I am soaking the seeds overnight so they can fully hydrate in the fridge for food safety. If you've watched my other tofu making videos, you know the next steps already. Drain the soaking water, which has turned a lovely green. Then rinse.
So there's this very similar process that you're going to see as what we saw with the cheese making video that Gavin was showing. Because right now she's going to blend it, drink the soaking water, drink the forbidden green.
They absorbed about 160 grams of water. Next, take about half into your high-speed blender. No need to be exact, and I'm adding double the amount of water. Again, not trying to be exact, just want plenty of water, but not so much that I'm going to have too much in my cooking pot later. Blend for 30 seconds on high until you do not see any chunky bits of pumpkin seeds whirling around in that jade-colored milk. Basically, you want to turn it into a pretty much uniform green.
Find out, it's like, yep, that tastes like green.
Hopefully a really fine, good quality one like this. And fold over the edge so it's easier to hold up in a large pot and pour straight in.
So right now what she's doing is she's straining.
The squeezing. Yeah. Make sure to twist the top so nothing comes out of there and go get yourself a really good hand and forearm workout. Please ignore the blue gloves I had to put on midway through the process. They have nothing to do with the tutorial.
She's getting through, the reason she points that out is because some of the, seeds that she's used are like not edible unless you, what's it called?
And acts a lot like Play-Doh, but not so fine as clay.
Once it's cooked, it's edible, but before you cook it, it's not edible and can actually be
and if it's chunkier than
an irritant.
You should put it back in the blender, add a little water, and try
but
again.
Not for pumpkin seeds.
Speaking of the blender, we're going to do the same with the other half of the soaked pumpkin seeds. I'm using a glass bowl this time so we can all see better. And I already rinsed out the nut milk bag, so we can strain this as well.
So you get rid of all like the bigger pulpy stuff, and you're left with.
It's much creamier than the red lentil or fava bean milk, which makes sense because of the high protein and fat content of pumpkin seeds.
That milk bag.
According to the store I bought my seeds from, 1
Walk
pound
around
of raw
holding all my
pumpkin
nut
seeds
milk in a
has
bag.
about 136 grams of protein and 220 grams of fat. It also has about 50 grams of carbs, 27 of which is fiber, leaving 4 grams of sugar and presumably 16 grams of starch, some of which you can see stayed at the bottom of this pot, which please ignore the fact that it is so scratched up on the bottom. I promise I never ever used metal on it, but yes, I should probably get a new one. Anyway, presumably we
100%. There's just like some things that are better. One time,
I love some of the starch went into the pulp, some of it is left in. We just don't know exactly. What we do know is we have to heat up the milk and to get our other tofu making equipment ready. Or do we?
I want to interrupt or like be overshadowed or whatever. Cause like what's I'm saying? I love salami, right? Salami is really good. It's delicious. One time I got a vegan salami made with figs. And it was also really good. I don't think it like replaced it, and I don't think it was really close. Like the best way to describe it, it was kind of just like a fig jerky sort of a deal, but it was still good. I love figs, right? I love fig jam, especially in jelly, because it's so sweet. So I think people need to be more open to the idea of just trying different things because you might find something that you didn't think you would like.
Already know I love my little tofu press for this. Obviously, I use it for pressing store-bought tofu for recipes that benefit from a little at-home pressing like many stir-fries, but this one also comes with the cloth for tofu making, and using this whole set is way better than my old methods of making tofu. I might even buy a second one with all the tofu experiments we're going to want to do together. By the way, let me know what other things you want me to tofuify in the comments below. Moving on, I typically use gypsum to coagulate the plant milk. It's reliable, doesn't add any taste to the tofu, and it's cheap. So this being the first time with pumpkin seed milk, I get it ready with room temperature water. But you've seen the title and you know I'm wasting my time right now, right? I get my wooden spatula and my handy dandy laser thermometer because I expect to get this up to 180 degrees Fahrenheit. At which point, I'll add the coagulant mixture and turn this milk into
Some
curds
vegan
and whey.
things I would ask like
Watch,
chicken and do
as the
something like chicken.
temperature
Like, anyway,
rises,
exactly.
and we hit 150, we're getting to 160. It's already looking like it's coagulating for some reason. What the heck?
So this is actually a very similar process to
Already
cheese making.
coagulating.
Because once you add the rennet,
At one-
it starts to form
170.
curds. And for tofu, what she's doing is
Do
she
we
gets this
even
nut milk.
need a coagulant?
And then
Oh
she
my
adds
goodness.
gypsum to cause the
We have
protein
one
to clump
ingredient
together.
tofu. I can feel the texture through the spoon.
And then you
feels
take these,
sticky,
what's it
which I know
called?
is a weird description, but
Curd,
you'll
and then
agree
you
when
press
you
it
try
down.
this yourself.
The same
My
on
mind was
mortadella.
blown. Is your mind blown? But why? Maybe because pumpkin seeds are high in magnesium? Maybe because my tap water is hard water, meaning relatively high in mineral content. I did end up putting this to the test the next day, and I'll share what happened, but for now I am just so stoked to
That's
transfer
really
these
funny.
huge curds to the prepared tofu mold. When it comes to making tofu, size does matter. Big curds make things easier. Makes a tofu that holds together better, or usually it does. Anyways, try to place the curds evenly as you go. Usually, tofu making away, the liquid left behind, is clear. This is so milky. Did we just make two products here? We'll find out, but first, let's finish the tofu. Fold over the cloth.
Our risk considering nutritional value. Others.
Add the pressing
get better.
plate.
Hmm?
And this lid,
I
which
think
has a spring
ultimately
to
it's
put
just
pressure
like
on the curd,
we need to look
so
at
it
it
will
as
form
more
a
as like
nice solid
food.
block and
right?
squeeze out excess water. No weights needed, no stack of books, no falling cans, and we have this handy vent to pour out the excess liquid. I love this thing so much, can you tell? You can twist the top, which presses the plate down further. Make that tofu as firm as it could be.
Oh,
Pour
my
off more water. Then, into the fridge overnight to fully chill. In the meantime, I'm not about to waste this Milky Way. It's surprisingly creamy.
I'm surprised they
partly
also
due to
call
the
it
high
whey.
fat content from the seeds, and it's actually really delicious. You can absolutely use this as plant-based milk. It has a
What?
mild nutty flavor with the whisper of a hint of sweetness. It's so good.
This is really cool. If it wasn't for like how expensive pumpkin seeds are,
And the
I might
tofu?
try this.
Well,
right?
let's take a look.
Black tea. If you're someone who is more cooking inclined, I'd see if you want to try this out because this looks fairly simple to me.
It's very
I don't know if
solid
you're a huge fan
and
of
easy
tofu.
to cut. It has a bit of a bouncy quality, and the taste is lovely, mild, and you really can taste the pumpkin seeds. It is creamy, but solid, and not in a fall-apart crumbly kind of way like the starchy fava bean tofu. It's in its own luxurious category, if you ask me. But was this a fluke? Does the
I think that's a good way to go about it.
self-coagulation come from the seeds themselves, or does it have anything to do with the mineral-rich water coming from my taps here in Calgary, Alberta, where our water comes from the Rocky Mountain watershed? I tried again with bottled, distilled water. I try never to buy bottled water, but for this I had to test if there was a difference before I brought this tutorial to you. And the moment of truth? It was not a fluke. I can now fully and confidently recommend that you do try this at home. Printable recipe linked in the description. There is, however, a catch, as I mentioned before. But first, let us season some of these pale jade green cubes of high protein deliciousness to make them even more delicious and see what they do in the air fryer. 4 tests going in, plain, simply seasoned, and half of each sprayed with oil. I air fried at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for 10 minutes in my air fryer. Afterwards, we have lovely Frankenstein-looking tofu.
So I think it's really good
Frankenstein-looking
environmentally
tofu
speaking,
covered in
but
a lovely brown dress,
the problem is
showing just a little green through.
it's not that easy.
I love
right?
how this
It's
keeps
never
getting
that
more
easy.
and more season appropriate. Let's look inside.
People
You
should
can see some
go
pockets
for whatever
where the steam
works for them,
escaped.
and then policy-wise, we should
But
really
you
try
can't
to like
tell the oil sprayed tofu
get
from the
people
plain.
to
The seasoned looks mostly the same on the
make things
inside
more
too.
affordable
And let's
for
take
them.
a look at the uncooked version for comparison. It tastes like salted pumpkin seeds, if pumpkin seeds were creamy. You can tell there is a high fat content. It feels as though the fat helped fry this on the outside, which explains why there isn't any discernible difference between the sprayed and unsprayed versions. No joke, they were so good. It's creamy on the inside, crispy on the outside.
very
I would
cooking
make
lazy,
this
but you're
the
challenging
exact
yourself.
same way
See,
over
because
and
it's so
over
easy to
again,
make.
and I have since.
Yeah, granted,
No
you
oil
would
spray
need like a
necessary,
tofu
but
press,
the
right?
catch,
But everything
my
else is just kind
friends,
of like
it's kind of expensive.
easy enough to
1
make,
pound
I
of
guess.
raw hulled pumpkin seeds cost
This
me
is the catch.
$9.67 Canadian. I purchased mine from Bulk Barn, and it was the lowest price I could find. From that,
And
you
nut
get a
bag. That's true.
370
You would
gram
need a
block
nut
of
bag
very,
and a
very
tofu
firm
press.
tofu, which,
And
to
a
be
high-speed
fair, is
blender.
very filling. And you'd have
But if you're not
about
the one who
3
already
cups
does
of
those
a
things,
very,
it's
very
probably
nice
not worth
pumpkin
it.
seed milk for drinking, or use in your plant-based creamy
I like the
sauces
fat
or
on top of
soups.
it. That's pretty cool.
Compare that to store-bought soy tofu. They sell that for like $3 these days. That said, it's not apples to apples. Regular tofu has almost no fat, it's not as filling. And this pumpkin seed tofu, my friends,
The milk,
I cannot
though,
stress
exactly.
enough, is
Can
like
put that in the fridge.
luxurious in comparison. And having this rich source of plant-based fat in a protein source that's also low carb is so rare. And I find this tofu much more filling and satisfying than regular or fava bean or red lentil tofu. This is my favorite tofu by far. But what if you don't want to put in the work? Well, there is a brand called Pumfu,
Yo,
which
okay,
unfortunately
there
I
we
have
go.
not been able to try because I haven't been able to find it here in Canada, but it is available in the United States. They use the same ingredient,
Interesting.
nothing added. The cost, though, is a wee tiny bit more expensive than my homemade version.
Jeez.
Although, depending on how much pumpkin seeds go for near you, it might be a cost-effective solution. I'd love to
There you
try
go.
it. In any case, you've got to try this homemade pumpkin seed tofu at least once. It's so good, and I have to thank everyone who requested this tofu experiment, because you guys, I swear, have changed my life from now on. Speaking of life, I gotta go get one. So please like and subscribe. Watch this next, might I say, brilliant tutorial full of...
She's great. She does a lot of like tofu stuff, and it's fun to learn for sure. I'm meaning to get around to this one because I want to try doing this pixel art stuff. How to do pixel art in what's it called? In Clip Studio. But I'm just too lazy to get around to it. But that's fine. We'll get to it eventually. Alright, we are not doing this. We are going back to this one. Making it smaller. Ah. Here we go. All right, let's get back to clouds. Now that we've taken a bit of a break from looking at this, we can now look at it better and have a little bit more context, right? Separate yourself from what you're looking at, and sometimes you'll feel a little bit better of what you're looking at. You'll be a little bit more like refreshed in your brain, right? It'll make more sense sometimes to like take a break and then come back to it. You guys can't see that section in the corner. There we go. So I'm feeling a little bit better after coming back to this, like taking a little break, resting my eyes by looking at something else. I'm looking at these corners and stuff, and I'm thinking, okay, that's pretty good. I think we're on the right path as far as like this cloud stuff is going. I need to put the music back on. We need to lower the music because right now it's too loud. Okay. Okay. We only went on a small tangent. We continue the clouds. The clouds that now look like cheese curds and tofu. And I think I want to take this and I want to turn all of it into a little bit darker. I think I made the volume too low. Is that better? Is it still too quiet? A little quiet. It's getting louder. It is getting louder. There we go. I don't think it's gonna get much louder than this, based on my memory of the song, but I don't remember. Thought an ad opened up, and I was confused since I didn't find a 2 tab? What? Find a second tab? Oh. No, I'm still confused. I thought I might understand something. I did not. I'm not gonna lie to you. No idea what you're talking about. Oh, I mean, that's a good save. Ah. The music. I was a bit confused where it came from. Okay, I understand now. That makes more sense. Okay. I think I see where this is going. I'm liking this. Okay, and then this part probably needs to be a little bit less. Yeah, okay, cool. We're learning how clouds work together, y'all. You guys are all studying, right? You're all learning? Everyone's learning? I think I'm stuck a little bit in the whole I need to use reference to see what I'm doing here, but I think at the moment that's fine. I think that's not a problem. I think I'm getting an idea, which is a little bit better, sort of, than... Because I kind of know what I'm looking for, if that makes sense. This video, cloud is nut juice to me. Think about how much nut juice is in the sky now, man. I gotta ponder the great questions of the universe, thinking about whether or not it looks like nut milk. I do want to do a little bit of bits around here. Because there's a lot of like sharp bits that I don't like a ton. So I'm gonna go ahead and just come in here with... Ooh, maybe you can just do a Gaussian on it. Maybe I just do a Gaussian blur to it. I think I'll do that. That way I can get all of it. Filter, blur, Gaussian blur. So right now it's a 6. That's way too high for what I'm trying to do. Let's bring it down to like a 2. Even a 2 is pretty strong. So unfortunately what's happening is it's getting like a bit of a Gaussian blur, but it's not fixing any of the sharpness. I know, what if I make a selection from the layer. And so this is going to create a perfect selection. And then we shrink the selection down by 1 pixel, and we do round shrinking type. Don't shrink at the edge of the canvas. Okay, and so hopefully this stays cool. And then we just kind of inverse and delete. Okay, I like that way more. There's still a bit here that needs to be softened up. I have regrets. I shouldn't have said it like that. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's just gonna be in the permanent archives of Twitch records forever for the next. I think my videos are saved a little bit longer now. So instead, we're just waiting 14 days until they get replaced or something. So just for the next 14 days, you know? I don't like that at all. Nope. I'm also not a huge fan of that. Eh. It's kind of growing on me, but it's also kind of not. What if we do a grow selection now? And we do the same thing? Expansion width of 1, make it this. Oh, I can't expand. The problem is it's going to expand. No, it didn't. Okay, cool. So what I wanted to do is get rid of this bumpiness here. And it's not really doing that. And it's cutting these trenches a little bit deeper, so I'm gonna undo. A couple times, and then we're gonna forget we did that. We're gonna just go right back to the other layer, and we're gonna go back to what we were doing. We're going to maybe take this on in a case-by-case basis. Although, you know, the regular cloud has a whole bunch of that shit also, so I'm not gonna be too scuffed about it. I find. I don't care. Besides caring a lot. Alright, let's just get in here. Pull some shapes out. That's too much. Here we go. I think what it's going to be is about finding interesting shapes in the places where you can put them. And then really, what's it called? Just kind of emphasizing one way or the other, depending on what you think would be more appealing. So it's definitely going to be something that you gotta keep watching the other side for. But I think that it's... as long as you're watching what you're doing, I think it can be really good. I think this one didn't make sense at all. Let's get a blend brush out and fix this up. Hi, baby boy, what's up? Is it time for food? Is that why you're getting up? You're telling me it's time for food? Yeah, it is 5. It is time for your food. I want to keep working on the cloud though. I'll keep working on the cloud until you guys are sick of me working on the cloud. I think it's just you and Roll in here. As far as I can tell. So I'll keep doing this until people are sick of me. Sick of the cloud? Tough luck. I do want to keep all of the like tiny details at the top here, right? As we get closer to Bumble, I want to like ease back a little bit on how much of this overall shape the cloud starts to like take care of. Like I want to transition from like detailed edges into like bigger swaths of color. And so as I'm using this, what's it called? This reference, by the way, I'm also trying to find ways to stop using the reference, right? That makes sense? Like I'm trying to use this to get an effect, this reference that I'm using, but I'm also trying to figure out why this works as an effect and what I can do to be less reliant on it in the future. Not because I think I want to be less reliant on the future, but because this is a really cool shape, right? I mean, I can give Maho food while we're on stream. That's not a big deal. Yeah. But yeah, I'm trying to look at this reference that I'm having, and I'm trying to find out, why do these shapes work? Why do I like them? Which one makes me feel like this cloud is more believable? Which one makes me feel like it's less believable, right? And so this entire section here on the left, starting to get this weird kind of like, everything starting to get a bit too much contrast for me. If I look at the reference in the same spot, there's not that much contrast. Like obviously there's more contrast in the other places, but I need to tone it down a little bit, I think. Cool. Sometimes the streamer has to eat. Nothing wrong with it. I don't need to eat. I am fueled by the water of life, and sometimes the Dr. Pepper I get from the fridge. Aqua di vita. Besides, my entire kitchen's a fucking mess because they still haven't fixed the drywall. They were supposed to paint it and put the fridge back. They haven't done that, so I guess I'll put in a work order. Streamer being Maho, of course. Of course, of course, of course. I'm just a PNG, exactly. Alright, let's get you your food, buddy. I know, baby boy. What's that evening question? Alright, smart Alex. There is Maho eating. Oh, I need to pull my reference. Also, having it on multiple monitors helps sometimes, as far as like being able to see stuff. Because just because my my drawing tablet has 4000K, 40K fucking color depth, suck your dick levels of colors, doesn't mean it like everyone's monitor does. And my TV to the side of me is like 20 years old and a piece of shit. That's my main monitor. And it works. It's a pretty good like balance to find out where people are gonna see what. Not that I'm good enough to make use of that information, I just know that it exists. Hi, baby boy. How are you? Who's a good little baby? Who's a good little baby? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Do I need to water? No, I think I need to take out some plants. My aquarium is starting to grow out some things again, so I gotta find out when I can do that, I guess. Now this is a bad shape. Difference is quite large sometimes if I move from my iPad to my PC and looking at something depending on the picture can look quite different colors. Exactly, right? So trying to find something that looks good in both is impossible. But something that looks pretty decent where most people are going to look at stuff, I think that's pretty important, right? But if obviously I can make it look better, right? Making it look better fundamentally is more important than trying to fine tune towards what's it called? Oh, most people looking on their phone that's like from 2015, or they're not going to notice the color depth. Their phone's so tiny, they're not going to notice the whatever stuff, right? I think trying to use that as a justification tends to handicap some people sometimes. I think I can maybe make this a little bit darker all around. That's a bad shape. So because the drawing that I end up making for like this isn't like a perfect one-to-one for the thing that I'm doing. I'm forced to adapt in the sense of like, okay, why are these shapes in these orders working? What works here, what works doesn't? So that when I come upon these spaces that aren't in the reference, how can I recreate that? Right? That's part of that whole trying to use the reference in a way that I don't have to use the reference anymore. Usually it has to do with being able to fill in the gaps that are left behind when something is not quite what it needs to be. And I don't know if AI has the ability to do that, right? I don't know how you would teach it, honestly. I mean, they have been doing a little bit with the stable diffusion models to kind of fill in the gaps, but it always is wrong. It doesn't make good assumptions about what it's trying to represent, in my opinion. The worst thing a computer can do is think for itself. It never gets it right, because it doesn't live in the same universe that we do. It doesn't have a fundamental understanding. Probably shouldn't say it can't. I should probably be saying it doesn't often make good references to what works in the real world. Kind of like that. Want to bring all of this a little bit closer in terms of value. I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to like, why doesn't this shape work, right? I'm thinking it's because it doesn't have the same, not je ne sais quoi, but it doesn't have the same tightness that the other one has, right? I do like this shape now, but I think it could still do with a little bit of like crispness to the edge. It needs to be a little bit tighter. Yeah, I think that's good. I'm starting to see a little bit of this like interior shape. So there's an interesting shape forming down here. I don't have on the original, I don't think. Not that I can see, right? 'Cause it's supposed to be coming up from here, I think? So maybe we come back up and try to do some shape carving that way. Here comes the owie. Owie. Love when the owie comes in. I always remember that one meme where it's like the bong, right? And it's just like owie, and it hits him with the head with the bat, and then it just stops. That's where it ends. I don't like the shape that I've created here. I think this is where I'm going to start moving away from the reference just a little bit. I want to start pulling out some shapes myself. See what I can do. Worst comes to worst, I just restart. Hey, it's not a big deal, ultimately. Bum, 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 bum. What did you check? Let's pick out some bigger shadow shapes, just to keep myself interested in this. I'm wondering if I want to add probably some higher contrast on here. So going down into it, definitely want to add not this dark cloud that I have, but seeing how this is more generally kind of cloud looking. It's more cloud looking. Mixed nuts, exactly. Oopsies, I pushed the wrong button. I wonder what mixed nut tofu would be like. So here's the deal, right? This is going to be the section right behind Bumble's head. So I kind of want it overall to be a little bit darker. I believe it. I'm pretty sure any nut you can make, I think anything you can make like milk out of. So what you're doing when you're separating out bean milk, technically, is you're like, there's fats, proteins, and other minerals and stuff. What you're doing is making all of that. Excuse me. You're macerating all of it, and then what you're doing is you're separating the starch from the fat from the protein, right? And what you tend to do after that is you hold on, I'm using my brain. It could take a while. when you add a, what's it called? A herd, like, incentive. I forget what it's called. What you're doing is you're adding something to the mixture that incentivizes the tangling of the proteins, right? So the longer the protein contained within it, the more likely it will be to tangle, so the bigger curds you'll have. I think lactose is quite a big protein. Lactase? So it tends to curdle pretty well. But also, rennet is specifically designed to curdle milk. So, you know, this, that. Yeah. So, because peanuts are a legume, not a nut, technically. It's one of those things where it's like, well, how do you make milk out of peanuts? They're not nuts. And it's like, that's true, they're not. And? Problem? No shot, really? You think there wouldn't be, because strawberries are so, is it tofu made of strawberries, or is it tofu flavored with strawberries? You are very silly. Because berries are mostly sugars, so different sugars from like a carbohydrate, right? They're also a lot of fiber and water, I think. So most fruit is just kind of like, there's vitamins and minerals, but it's also just primarily just water, fiber, and carbohydrates. If you don't count the seed. Goodness, maybe I need to stop streaming and take a nap. My guess for the strawberry thing is that the outside, because it's technically not a berry, right? Scientifically speaking. Did you know that cashews come from a fruit? Did you know that cashews come from a fruit? Redeem, take a nap. Alright, maybe I will. You guys need to go to sleep also. It's like late for you guys, isn't it? There's nothing else interesting is gonna happen here. I'm just gonna finish up a bunch of this class stuff and I'll show it tomorrow, hopefully. What is the goal? Project saved. I'm gonna end the stream. Thanks, you guys, so much once again, like always, for hanging out. Always enjoy spending time with y'all. I appreciate you showing up to watch me do my silly little drawings as much as possible. Bye bye. Cheese guy is good. Everyone should become a curd nerd. 100%. Aw, I love you, silly character. Thank you for making such an inspirational, silly little guy. Bye bye.